Yes.
Hello, Jesse. How are you?
Couldn't miss the man.
If I was mean enough to say, I'm gonna come here and place the wood. Still not that one. Are you? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yes.
None of us can.
Yeah, it's coming.
It
So,
could be
yeah.
any day now.
Yeah, they call
This meeting of the Livingston City Commission is called to order. May we have roll call, please?
Chairperson Bennett,
I'm present.
Commissioner Holbrook here, Commissioner Remington,
Here.
Commissioner Stern, Commissioner Freeland,
Here. We'll now have a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Please rise for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, our first order of business are consent items. Are there any consent items that the commission would like to pull and address separately? No? Okay, so do we have a motion for our consent items tonight?
Mr. Chair, I move we pass the consent items as written.
I'll second.
So motion by Friedman, second by Hoagland. Roll call.
Chairperson Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Holbrook. Yes. Commissioner Remington,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern,
Four.
Commissioner Freeland.
Four.
Motion passes. We do have some scheduled public comment tonight. Our first public comment is from Manny Getz and Richard Smith to present an update on development plans for the guest house. So you guys don't need to sign in or state your name. Just come on up to the table here. And when you speak clearly into the microphone because it's hard for people behind you to hear you.
Yeah, I had a flash drive that was going to be in the computer. Thanks.
So Manny, who's gonna do most of the talking? Is it gonna be Richard?
Actually, Richard, I'll get it started and then I'll turn it over to Richard.
Okay, sounds great.
My name is Manny Getz and I'm here representing the Guest House Condo Association. I am an owner in one of the units. And I thought it would be a good time to come in and explain kind of where we're at with the project right now. We've been working for the past couple of months with Bob Gilmore with Economic Development Council. And we've met with the city, discussed some information with Ed Meese, with Fire Chief, Jim Woodhall, and Mike Chambers on the inspection side, trying to get all our information together. The largest condo owner in the guest house is actually Carter Bain. Carter has brought Richard on to look the project over and do a due diligence in reference to what needs to be done on it. He spent several months in putting things together, and I'd like to present that today. Richard has been in the business 34 years. He's done projects throughout Park County and Gallatin County. I think the one that most people know is Greenville S. He was project manager on that site and also the owner's rep on that site. He's past president of the State Builders Association. He's on the National Council for Economic Development and Land Development for the Builders Association out of DC. And he was on a board for Gallatin County Planning Board and so forth. So we felt he was a great candidate to come over here and take a look at this project. So I'd like to turn it over to Richard. I know we're limited on time, so.
And we'll try to be as quick as we can. First question I had for, just so that everybody knows what the guest house is, it's on the corner of Park and Main. And most of the time, when you look at that, what do you think of right now? Next slide, please.
Richard, can you speak into the
Oh, sure.
microphone, please? Thank you.
Sure, I'll speak into this. The building has been distressed for quite a while. And Carter and Manny and I have spent a fair amount of time looking at this project. So next slide. The issues, what we started with is we wanted to do a little historical understanding of what's gone on there in the past. The Albemarle Hotel was there quite a while ago with a little bank right on the corner there that was called the National Park Bank. And there was actually a playhouse right behind it, right where the American Bank parking lot is right now. So as we started into this, if we were going to go forward, we were thinking about renaming it the Albemarle Hotel, just to try to pick up on some of that history and to maybe have a little historical information there when we've got the newly remodeled building right on the railroad tracks there that you can see here. And this is quite a while ago, but it was interesting to find a little bit of the history. Next slide, please. Oops, you hit two at a time. Oh, no, you're going forward. I'm going to go backwards. Couple. There we go. So over the last 2 months, we've had meetings, like Manny was saying, with about everyone we could think of that would help us develop some of the costs to finish the building and get it rented up. We discovered there was many items that we really have to deal with. Boy, the background ended up way darker on this than what printed out. So I'll read it off of here. There are many obstacles to getting the project off the ground, operational and financially viable. Anybody that, I can't do a project unless, number one, I can get the money, and number two, they get a return on their money. Nobody's going to do it, and it'll just continue to stay where it's at. Some of the issues that we've found is the building obviously has been vacant for about 10 years, no construction or attention at all over the last 7 years. Number two is there's many different ownerships, and many people, I think, believed that only one person owned this, but because it was condominiumized and there was about 8 or 9, originally about 10 different people that owned units there, they were left with a totally unfinished building with no heat. It was unusable. And so we're working with the condo association, and we're planning on having meetings with them to try to get everybody on the same plane as to what it's going to cost to bring this to where their investment's even usable. Some of the other issues, obviously the permits for development of it or remodel of it is expired, and in this process over the last 7 or 8 years, a lot of codes have changed. And as we redevelop plans and resubmit to the city, we have to address the current codes, not what it was approved with in the past. And some of those changes are electrical, some of them are fire safety issues, and the structure, the bones look like they're very viable, and we have no problem with them. But some of these other things that we've got to add to it makes it very expensive. Another issue that everybody heard about when it was underway is asbestos. And this building is very similar to all the old buildings in Livingston or Bozeman or around Montana or anywhere in the nation. They all have asbestos in them. It all has to be dealt with one way or the other. They got into a pinch because they didn't address it up front. We've already had numerous meetings on the asbestos issue and the inspectors and everybody that was involved in it previously so that we can get ahead of it, but there's still remediation to happen. It's an important aspect of dealing with what's on the first floor and the second and third floor. A lot of that you can encase and seal it off, but anytime you break through it, you have to have an expert there to remediate it, and some of what's on the first floor still needs to be torn out, and so there's a substantial amount of cost there. As everybody knows, the pigeons have invaded there also, and they've left their stuff everywhere. And we've talked to some pest control companies, and we're looking at what it's going to take to make that happen. And I'll touch on that a little bit later. As we dig deeper and deeper into this project, and if any of you have been through there, you know, it just literally got stopped right in midstream. The basement froze up, and on one year it got flooded. And so there's a lot of unknown issues until we get power, water, and electricity, sewer and everything hooked up and some heat so that we can see where we're at. And we, for one, want to try to do that real quickly before the winter catches up with us. Another issue that is very much of a concern is parking. And, you know, we have 40 living units, apartments, you would say, on the top 2 floors, and then all the commercial retail downstairs. So we have to be able to address the parking. And we have been in discussions with adjacent property owners that have some parking space that we might be able to lease some of those. And then one of the major things that are of great concern is the transformers for all the power are down in the basement in an enclosed room instead of outside where the power company can get to it, fire department can get to it to shut things off if they need to. So that all needs to be moved outside, and that's a substantial cost because we need a transformer that's current, whereas what's in the basement, they're ancient of days. So next slide. I don't know if you'll be able to see it there. It's interesting, from one computer to the other, it brings it up differently. So community at large issues that we might, I feel and Manny feels that we might be able to work together with the city and maybe the state. Number one, there's a tremendous, I've been out there a lot, I've talked to a lot of people, the businesses around there, there's a great need for public bathrooms downtown in Livingston. And how we might be able to work with that is we already want to try to have a lobby area, and if we can work together on creating some funding for a public bathroom system, we would like to perhaps dedicate a portion of the downstairs entry area that might have even a Chamber of Commerce office in it and then public bathrooms, so that right on the corner of Main and Park, people would have public bathrooms and there'd be a sign out there stating. The next thing that I feel we could work together on is the pigeon problem, because we have pigeons all over Livingston, you know, in the underpass. They like living there. They like living in the old guest house. We want to obviously get rid of those because the only way you really deal with the problem is you get rid of them, because they'll just keep coming back to where they were born, and they've been living there for quite a while. It's like a pigeon hotel in there, and it's gross. I mean, you walk out of there and you got to take a shower. The next thing that we thought we might be able to work together with on is affordable housing concerns. There are a number of individuals that have been talking about trying to do something. Part of our units are efficiency units, and so we feel we can come in at a price level as long as we can keep the expenses down on renovating this and redeveloping it into something that's really valuable for the cornerstone of Livingston. We also want to see if we can provide some of that affordable housing. And then we'd like to work together on the downtown parking issue. You know, there's a lot of ways that we might be able to address it, but you know, it's going to take a lot of cooperation between private landowners and the city. And Manny and I just went to pay a parking ticket because I was out there meeting with contractors and trying to figure out what it was going to cost. And I come out and I had a little yellow tag on my car, and I'm going, hey, what the hell is this? Oh, it's a parking ticket. You were there for more than 2 hours. You know, there was no other place to park at the moment. But so I got a parking ticket and I paid it. So next slide.
Livingston appreciates that.
Yeah. So the good news in this whole process is we've lined up most of the resources to make this project happen, as long as we can provide a reasonable return for that investment. You know, investors, they're willing to work with us. They like our team that we're putting together. They like the location. They think there's value there. But it costs a lot of money to put a project like this together, and a lot of dedication. And as long as we can, again, keep the price of the renovation, the redevelopment of this property at a reasonable rate, we can provide a return on their investment. As soon as those prices keep going up, and some of the most expensive stuff, which we talked to the fire chief, is a sprinkler system and how we might be able to deal with that. It's a huge cost. That could be up to $250,000. And on a project like that, it could be the difference between being profitable and not being profitable, and people won't provide us funding if we can't make it profitable. And that's just one example. And I think there's lots of ways to deal with it. We already have standpipes up on the second and third floor on both sides, but how we deal with the sprinkler issue is something that we've already started working together. So our question is this the type of project that city commissioners and the city would be interested in getting behind and working with us to support some kind of redevelopment of this corner of what I consider a key corner in Livingston? And so the last slide just says your questions and thoughts. And I think I was right about 9 minutes.
Good. All right, so is there any clarifications for Manny or Richard, or any questions you might have at this point? Mr. Stern?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, so this is great. I mean, if you guys can fix that up, you know, we'll be behind it 100%. Obviously, it comes down to the details and the dollars. Can you tell me, I might have missed it, what's the exact final project? Do we know? It's a hotel?
Well, what we're proposing initially, you know, it can grow into something else, but what we're initially proposing is affordable apartments on the second and third floor. There'd be 40 of them, and then retail on the first floor on all the street front. And there would be 6 commercial units downstairs and 40 apartments upstairs.
Gotcha. 6 on the first floor.
Yes. And they wrap both on Main Street and Parks.
Right. And that includes, say, the public restroom.
Yes, that would include that. The 6, you know, we're taking what could be 1 unit, and we would provide space for a public bathroom.
I see. It sounds like a great plan. Just what that corner is designed for. are designed for exactly that corner. And do you have an explicit request from the city at this point?
No, this was more a meet and greet, and we were concerned, I've been around Park County and Bozeman for 35 years and doing land development down in the valley and in Bozeman, and being on the planning board, I know how rumors get started. I've been over there a lot. There's people coming up and asking me, what are you doing here? And I just know how rumors get started. So Manny and I decided we would rather get in front of you, talk about it, and let you know we're trying to move ahead on this and come up with solutions that both are good for the city and good for us and good for an investor that might want to put money.
Excellent. Well, thanks for coming to visit us. I think you're right on with the parking. Certainly the need for affordable housing if you can keep the price point down. But again, the devil is in the details on that one.
What do you guys consider affordable housing for an apartment,
I'm
an
not in
efficiency?
a position. So
Okay, I just wondered.
some they might, but that's a very good question.
Well, we're trying to address that.
Good, because it's a need in our town. Okay, and then and bathrooms, that's great too, if you can make that happen.
Well, we would be asking for some assistance then.
Right, so to that point, this guest house hotel has often been a topic of conversation amongst the Urban Renewal Agency, the URA committee, and they have a substantial balance at the moment. And those funds are explicitly allocated, are to be explicitly allocated for infrastructure projects, much as you're proposing here. And in fact, there's a program that already exists where the URA will help businesses install basement sprinkler systems when the city does the roads. So perhaps an extension of that program could help you get those sprinkler systems.
Well, and we've been talking to Rob Gilmore quite a bit, and he's kind of helping us field what opportunities might be there.
So I think to some extent, the most direct financial assistance you can get from the city would be from the Urban Renewal Agency Committee, which is, can you get them, who's the chair of that?
Ms. Pettit's currently, I'm sorry, Ms. Pettit is currently the chair.
At the Pickle Barrel?
They contacted us,
Oh, good.
and we felt it would be best to come in here, see what everybody else's thoughts are, because we put a lot of work towards it. And if there's a lot of negatives out there or something, we'd like to get them overcome before we get everybody involved.
And we figured you guys might know if there was hidden negatives that we haven't discovered yet.
I'm sure there are many. So if you went through the Urban Renewal Agency and filled out a grant application and worked with them to come up with some sort of development effort, I would certainly be for it and vote for that, especially if it, made its way through the Urban Renewal Agency. And then with respect to the rest of the project, I think. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
We looked at this building from the standpoint of the senior center. We have 24 apartments downtown. We always have a need for more apartments. A tough building. It needs another elevator, was the first thing I saw.
Well, and we have money in there to rebuild or add a second elevator. But right now, we're trying to make it viable cost-wise, but a good elevator is about $90,000.
The other thing too, the apartments are very small. So we were looking at possibly knocking walls down and making one apartment, one large things. There's one nice apartment on the third floor. And the whole building was that way. I guess you're getting a real easy sell, but the rest of it is very tight. They are very small rooms.
Their efficiency.
Well, there are many rooms with doors connected to them, so.
So you can have two, have a living room in one.
Yeah, that's kind of the way we.
Yeah, there's party doors between some of them. And like you said, there's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the bigger units that are on the end. And you saw the one that was cleaned up.
Well, it was really nice.
Yeah, it was very nice.
Now we did extensive remodeling of the senior center several years ago, $1.1 million. Initially, what we wanted was a sprinkler system. We had some very big surprises just with the sprinkler system. Before we could get it there, it's all the environmental stuff. So one we had to put memory beams in. We're going to get it was very necessary, that project. And I think we needed it for this building.
Yeah.
But there's so many hidden stuff with that we, by the time we got there, we were worn out. But, I've been talking about that. It's just a fantastic corner. Now, my initial thing was to level the building and start over. Because I think from a cost standpoint, and the biggest question, and you raised it, is that how much money have you got to put in and what would the return be? And
Well, and we did look at the possibility of just leveling it, but once we got into the asbestos issue, we probably, to level it, you have to remove every form of asbestos all the way through it before you can demo it. And that was looking like it was going to be about 250,000 minimum. And, we got ideas that it might be as much as $500,000 just to remove all of the asbestos in there before you could demo it.
now, when the original gentleman had it, the asbestos came up fairly soon after he started.
Well, he
They
started,
passed it, the state though, that's the part I didn't understand. I thought they resolved the issue.
well, all they did is resolve the issue at the moment. They remediated it and encapsulated the top 2 floors. The downstairs, they had already torn out a whole bunch of stuff, and half of it hasn't been torn out. And so as long as you don't touch anything, even if you hang drywall over it, you have to have a remediation expert there to drill a hole to put the screw in, because you got to capture that dust. It's very extreme, and we spent a couple days trying to resolve exactly what we would have to do. And for us, it'd be cheaper to finish tearing out the rest of that downstairs, but all the upstairs, it's all encapsulated, so we're fine.
Thank you.
And I'll add, we met with the company that did the original project as far as the asbestos, and they let us know that every building in Livingston was built prior to 1975 has asbestos.
Substantial amount of asbestos, so it's not unique.
It's not like it's just this building, they all have it, but there's a way to handle that. And each you gotta follow those. That's
And knowing that, and being in the building industry and dealing with lead paint and the other issues that we, as an industry, have already been dealing with, we wanted to get way ahead of this, and that's why we brought them in and got the people that did the original reports for the state and the inspectors that came back in and verified that it was safe for workers to be in. But as soon as you start breaking into anything, it just opens that all up.
I guess early on, a lot of contractors made a lot of money on asbestos, and the worst thing they did was to touch it. That opened up Pandora's box. So we were better off. There were a lot of other options later on for that particular thing. So I wish you good luck with it. Thank you.
Any other commission questions or discussion?
I think it's great. I'd love to see something happen with that. Which is across the corner. If that's, if you get something going on that, I'd be behind it 100%. Financial, if that worked out. And I'm glad you guys part in front of us. And, I've been by there in a while, seen anything going on, so it's kind of nice to see that just some effort going into it. Appreciate it, guys.
That's exactly what I was going to say, that I appreciate that you're thinking about the need of this property as far as our community and improving it. And so I'm excited to see what you will bring to us as well as a community, what we can do.
I think what I'd like to see is you've been talking with Rob, and you've been talking with Ed and a lot of the city administrative team. I'd like to see, when it's feasible, what other funding possibilities that we can bring to bear as a community for a project of this nature. You talked about public restrooms. There may be grants through different sources for that type of thing. For we do have a historic preservation committee. I don't know if you've talked to them. There are historic preservation grants. I don't know if this would fall under that. We do. I mentioned we do have Prospera does make business loans for different projects. So I know that the city can help in a multitude of ways. But what I'd like the administration to do is when you take a look at this, put it on the agenda for a discussion item so we can see what the possibilities are for a project of this nature. I think everyone in the community would love to see something positive happen there. I mean, just in general, I don't think if you took a poll, I think you'd get 100% feedback. Like, people love saying, what's happening with the guest house? I mean, everyone loves to talk about it, and everyone knows something about how it got to the point where it did now, and who owns it, and why it couldn't go forward.
And that's why we want to rename it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think what's important is I'm positive that we can find resources. I don't know what they all might be, and what type of avenue they've come through, but there is a lot of possibilities to explore. So if the administration, with our other economic development partners around, talk about it and try to find ways to just kind of turn over every rock possible in order to make that project come to fruition. That'd be great.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I agree, Mr. Chair, and certainly I think from the administration standpoint, as we've discussed previously, we're obviously big supporters of seeing something productive once again happen at the guest house. And so with regards to some of the issues that you identified earlier, like the fire suppression systems and those types of things, the first step for us is we need plans. And so when we get those, when those are prepared and delivered, permits are requested, we'll certainly give the best look we can for alternatives and how we can partner together and still protect life safety there. So that's our ultimate goal. I know it's your all's ultimate goal as well. So keeping that in mind and how do we move the project forward in compliance. And once we have a set of plans and we know exactly where things are headed, then I think that's where we can base from that to then go and start looking for what potential funds might be able to be brought to the table on it. As Commissioner Stern mentioned, there's some funds available through the URA. As Chairman Bennett mentioned, there's the revolving loan fund that Prospera administers for us. Big Sky Trust Fund grants. We've had assistance both from Ms. Weaver and Prospera. And I think also the Economic Development District in acquiring those funds. So that there are multiples of sources once we've identified where the areas of opportunity might be. I guess just one or two quick questions and then I'll let you go. So you put this question to us, but I'm going to turn around and put it back to you. In the work that you've done so far, do you have a range for how you would define affordable housing?
We were thinking 450 a unit.
I'm assuming that's on the efficiency.
That's on the efficiency units, yes. Our pro formas, as we started putting this together, we thought 475 was the range, and I've talked to a few other people that have apartments downtown, and they were more in the 595 to 625 or so. And if we could come in at 475 or something like that, I think that's what I was kind of thinking might be affordable.
Nobody's holding you to that. Just kind of wanted to see if you had a range. I think that's a very, very laudable number. And then you also mentioned earlier on, so I wanted you to be sure that you addressed this tonight too. You mentioned the possible pigeon partnership that we've already been discussing. So I wondered if you wanted to provide any more comments about that, or?
Well, I've met with pest control companies, and we've talked a little bit to Judy about how we might be able to work together on it. And it's something that we want to do sooner than later, right? Because the way I see it, I've watched this for years. The longer it goes, the less viable it becomes, and the pigeons just make it really bad in there. I mean, it's hard to walk around in there at times. And we've sealed them all off, but they're still in the courtyard and on the roofs and going down air ducts and stuff. And we got to find some way to deal with it, because if we go in and get that out of there, they just keep coming in from the bridge and other areas in town. And I think it's something that we have to work together to accomplish. And it's a long-term thing. It's not just one time and it's over. We've got to deal with it down the line too.
So if I can, Mr. Chair, City Commission, the city and the county have been working for some time to put together some pigeon efforts. We're very close on that. I know we've had communications with these gentlemen about some potential financial partnership with the two of us. And I feel like that we're pretty close to moving that forward pretty soon. No, go ahead, man.
We had discussions today with Judy, and we've been trying to get some participation from everybody. The one that's hanging out there is MRL right now.
In terms of financial participation?
Right, because they've got the issues too. But apparently they said no.
They said no to Judy, but Judy was asking us if we know anybody that we could talk to try to encourage them to participate in the community.
So I do know that we've had communications with MRL with regard to getting their permission to do the kind of work that needs to be done on the underpass, just the permission. And I know that I provided some of that to Judy just late last week. So I can follow up with MRL from the financial standpoint as well.
That would be great.
But I just wanted to provide that quick update to the City Commission, because I do think it's laudable that you guys want to participate in that, and I agree. We don't want to just move them around. We want to actually deal with it in a very humane way, and I think we've got a plan to do that. So, that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
But Jim Lewis, do you have any value, or was he more like PR?
Oh, right. Potentially, we've actually been working with a couple of their engineering staff with regard to this particular issue, and then they're also they are involving their sort of local site manager in the process as well.
Very good. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thanks for letting us come and
Thank
tell you what we're thinking.
Thanks a lot.
For diffusing all the rumors. Now we know what the true rumor is. Public comment?
Do we have an option?
Not during scheduled public comment. I don't think so. If you can hold off on those, yeah. Unless you want to address these two gentlemen before they go.
That was who I wanted to.
Okay, go, come on.
Sarah Sandberg, 111 South Lake. How big would those efficiency apartments be?
They're, I don't remember the exact size. It's a one bedroom or one room efficiency, bathroom, little kitchen area, but it's all, in one area, unless there's adjoining doors.
So would that be affordable housing then for single people?
Well, a couple could live there too.
Okay. And my other question is, which I think it's great that somebody is looking at the building. I was just curious, when we talk about affordable housing, what type of families are we looking at that might be able to occupy those? Are we thinking single people or families?
More
size.
single people and couples is what we were thinking, but I mean, you could take a couple of them and probably have kids in the other rooms. But it would be tight.
That's very tight. You're looking at 500 to 600 square feet probably, right?
No, I think they're less than that.
Are
They're
they?
more like a about 300, 310.
Okay, I said 250 to 300.
Oh, it's all right, okay.
My only other question then was just a concern if there's 40 units available per se, and each person has a vehicle. I don't even think the current parking there would be able to accommodate 40 vehicles, so I'm not sure how there would be a scenario of any additional parking for community members in
We've
downtown.
already started talking to adjacent property owners that have lots that we could rent at least some of those. And right now, we've got a plan that really comes up with about 40 off-street parking, because there's also garages in the courtyard, and we'd open up the courtyard and put parking in there until we could figure out something else. But we'd like that courtyard to be a very nice, inviting commercial space that people can come into a restaurant or something and sit in the courtyard. But to do that, we would have to deal with that. Our priority right now is that's going to be parking and contracting with some other owners for additional parking. And so our goal is to come up with about 45 or 40 off-street parking spaces.
Not including the courtyard. Or-
No, including the courtyard.
So that would pretty much just be taken up with then people living in apartments.
Sure.
So there really wouldn't be anything additional for the community then.
For parking?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
The only way we'd have any additional parking for the community is build a parking garage.
Right, I just thought in your presentation you mentioned something about providing parking for downtown Livingston, so.
No,
I guess
that
I
we would work
misunderstood.
together with Livingston to come up with.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. All right, next, thank you. Next scheduled public comment, Luann Nelson, special events, Oktoberfest.
Luann Nelson from the Livingston Area Chamber of Commerce and CBB. What I've come forward at this point is to ask for a waive of the trash fees for 12 bins for this Saturday at Oktoberfest on the 100 block of North Main. We're asking for this as an exchange to also list the city of Livingston as a co-host of this Oktoberfest event. That's the first part. The second part is regarding the approval by the City Commission to have the open container 2-week block section allowed for Oktoberfest. We may need less than that because we're basically focusing on just the 100 block of North Main. But we are asking permission from the City Commission to approve that for this Saturday from 12 until 5 o'clock.
This Saturday from 12 to 5 o'clock.
Yes, on October 10th.
And we're looking for open container on the 100 and 200 block of Main Street.
Well, right now we were just willing to take 100 block. We would like to have the 100 block of South Main Street, which is the next one, because though there's only one block that's closed, the whole idea is to have people be able to go down into the next block as well for commercial business purchases, things like that, and other meals as well. But we would be marking it all on Friday afternoon, so that regarding for parking and trash, and as well as where the limits are for the open container where it would be allowed. So that's really up to the City Commission if they will allow 1 or 2 blocks for that event.
So what have we done in the past for this event as far as trash cans and open containers?
So, go ahead, Mr. Chair. So, Luann, as far as open containers go, that's the same thing that we did with the hoot.
Yes, sir.
So you're basically asking, can we do the same thing that we did?
Yes, sir.
So that's going to be the same 2-block area as Mr. Coe explained to us when we had those conversations. And now we're
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Chair, that would be the same answer as we just did.
Okay, and the hoot,
Which is
was
set
also closed off, that first block and the other block was open and people just wandered, right?
No, there were 2 blocks that were closed.
Closed off for the open container purpose.
Probably is good if people actually contain themselves to the open container space, because they could go anywhere. I mean, just kind of wandering along.
Well, we're gonna be putting signage up.
Okay.
That was the idea. Put that up on Friday, so it's up Friday afternoon and Saturday, and be taken down at the end of the day.
And how many garbage cans were there?
We only asked for 12.
Well, okay. Go ahead.
Is this an annual, have we done this before?
Last time this was done, it was, I think, in 2006 or 2007. And then prior to that, there had been quite a dry spell. But Dan Call and a few others had put it together, and it had happened, I believe, in the early 2000s and late, like 1990s. The toughest part is always weather.
There is another event called the Oktoberfest the night before.
Yes.
So I
That's
was, yeah, I was curious if that was something that was annual. I know shifts is their third annual, so I was curious what was the plan. So this is a planned one for the future.
If this one goes well, yes. We'll see.
Any other questions from the commission?
So, Mr. Chair. So with the hoot, no, yes, we split the waiver, if I remember right.
Yes, what we did was just charge half
For the ones.
of the fee of the trash bins.
Is that something we can do here? I guess my reason is very simple. Well, I think the administration, and we certainly support these types of events. We want to see them, but I mean, we can't just constantly waive the same fees and be true, because in effect, what happens when we waive those fees, those customers have to supplement that revenue one way or the other. So if we short revenue, then that becomes an issue that we have to make up at some point
Surely.
with the rates. So I'm just wondering, so it's $8 a can?
I believe so.
So
Yes.
that puts us at $96. So could we just split it and go them in half again, and that would put the cost at 50?
Yes, absolutely.
I think Commissioner
It's good.
Reddington
compromise.
gave us that option at the booth.
To be fair, yeah, keep that consistent.
I think we would be okay with that.
Do we need a motion to, go ahead, Eric?
Nice. I just wanted to say one thing. If we're going to relax the open container, we should also relax the consumption, because there's actually 2 separate statutes, section 10.7 and section 10.8. So what you would have to do is somebody would have to make a motion to relax the enforcement of sections 10.7 and 10.8 for whatever part of town you're going to shut off. And then if that motion passes, then we can do that. That would be
And those are, can you read those?
Section 10.7 and section 10.8. Section 10.7 is entitled Carrying Open Containers in Public, and then 10.8 is Drinking Upon Streets.
And when you're saying relaxing, we basically, relaxing means we are eliminating that for those 2 blocks for that time period.
Yeah, you're providing an exception for that time period in that area.
So it sounds like we need a motion for relaxing, is it an ordinance?
Correct.
Ordinance section 10.7 and 10.8, and for the waiving of half the fees for 12 garbage cans.
So moved. I'll second that.
Okay, so it's moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? Any other input from anyone? Roll call? Yes.
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 Four.
Motion passes. Thank you very much, Luann.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we do have one more scheduled public comment. Patricia Miller to speak about the underpass overpass decision and recent Folsom and City versus City of Livingston lawsuits. Patty.
I have a very bad cold. Pat Miller, but I'm gonna try to hang in here with you for a minute. 605 North Yellowstone. And as far as the overpass situation, I put my remarks in your packet. And I would like to have you look at it when you, at your leisure. Because I represent about 1,000 taxpayers on the north side of the hill, north side of the tracks. And of course, they would like an overpass, if possible, on the west end. But the reason that I came tonight is way off of that. This is old history. This is something that none of you folks were even here, nor were even thinking of running.
Were we born?
This came to pass in 1990, this history. And the reason that I'm talking about it is I'm a writer. I'm a historical writer. And I got a phone call from Pat Graybull when she said, might be interesting if you went down to the courthouse and sat in on a session of the Folsom case. I didn't know them from a stick of wood. So I did go down that afternoon. And what I saw was them getting all beat up about something that never should have happened. Now in your packet, which I gave you a big one of, is the court case as I see it. And I'm going to write about this because it's going to come out. The reason I was interested in this as a writer is because Duncan Edwards worked for the city of Livingston. That was the key that brought me into the story. That's why I need to have you really pay attention to what I gave you. Because we have a situation where this old couple need to be paid off. And he told me when he called me tonight to see if I was going to come down with the packet, and I said yes. He said, well, I was told that I might get $25,000 from the city in the next few days, which would be a payment on this. The strange thing about this whole case is that for 9 years, the city couldn't find them, didn't find them, finally did find them, and it's all in your packet of what happened. But in the courthouse, there was a gossip that Mr. and Mrs. Folsom had died. And of course it wasn't true. And it was very harmful gossip. But you'll read about that because it's in there. So we have to be careful about those things because when we sign a contract, which is a legal binding contract, right here, as a citizen, I feel it needs to be honored, especially when they did a good job. They did nothing wrong. They never got paid. And there's a reason they didn't get paid. There was no money to pay them. The fee money disappeared. And I want you to be sure and read this because it happens in small towns when there's maybe too many people involved and not enough tracking. It affects us because MMIA is the insurance company that backs our legal situation. We now pay extremely high fees to cover our legal issues. And I've been told, and I don't know if it's true or not, but Livingston, for its size, has an unordinarily large amount of court cases. Now, I haven't looked at that, but I know But we got a big one right now. And what we need to do, I feel, as a citizen, is pay these people who did their job with this contract and let them go. He's 76, she's 73. This is ridiculous that they're gonna be drugged around by Lily some more. Lily thinks he's gonna go to the Supreme Court with this. I think you folks need to really become aware of what's happening. When Mr. Lilly, and I only know him and I watched him in action, is paid more for his representation than is owed to the people that should be paid off. That doesn't make sense. We're out of balance. We're out of balance. And of course, Mr. Lilly wants to go to the Supreme Court because there will be more money. And I would hate to see us get drug into the Supreme Court on this case. This is not necessary. I would hope that you will talk about this. Read what I've given to you. And it's pretty clear. I've got it spelled out. Make a good decision and let those people off the hook. They haven't done anything wrong. Eagle Landing condominiums are not finished with the city of Livingston yet, unfortunately. And I'm going to be watching with that very, very closely. But Dave Folsom, he did his part. And he helped the city of Livingston, and now we need to pay the contract. And I've given you every kind of information you could, in fact, more than you could probably ever want. But when I write about the story, when I write about this case, because it's coming down the line, we will be talking about Duncan Edmonds. He's the key person. He's the key person. That's why I want you to read what I've given you. Mr. Meese came on board, about 6 months after all of this had already happened. And Ed's been to court and made the statement, which is in writing, that Mr. and Mrs. Folsom should be paid out of the general fund. And you did make that remark. And I don't know if that's what's going to happen, but I do know that probably the sewer fund could carry it. I'm very serious about this, and I don't know these people. I've never met them. But there's one thing about it. Right is right. And this man needs his money, and he does not need to be drugged down the road to the Supreme Court for any reason whatsoever. His attorney doesn't even know that I'm coming with this evening. He didn't even tell him about it. And that's fine. I'm doing this as a citizen because I feel, and I voted for all of you folks at one time or another, that you're fair and that we're honest and that we pay our bills when we incur them so that it doesn't give us a black eye. I appreciate your time. And Dave will be waiting to hear from you. He would like to visit with you on the phone or in any way. He can't come up here. He's an engineer and he's busy. He's working. He's working at 76 because he's that good. But I really feel that we have an obligation. And I hope you'll enjoy some of the stories that are in there because this is history that I gave you. And there's no bullshit about it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Sorry I've got such a bad cold.
Thank you, Charlie.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
can I clarify a few things?
If you could be brief, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm certainly will, Mr. Chair. So, and certainly, first off, I appreciate Ms. Miller's efforts to come here tonight. And I would say to the City Commission, and I haven't had a chance to review the packet, Ms. Miller, that you put together. But there's a complete case file on this entire situation. The administration has one. It's probably, and I think you've seen it, it's probably 7, 8 times as thick.
Oh, yeah, I
So-
couldn't carry it.
Yeah, so anytime that the City Commission would like to, you're more than welcome to review that case file. And with some exception, probably the majority of it is an open record. There are documents in there that were open records to begin with. So anytime you want to look at that, that's a complete file on everything that we have to this point. A couple of points about this. First off, it has been tried in a court of law.
But not settled.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Excuse me, Patty, Ed has the floor.
So the city was found that we owed the Folsoms $25,000, which was a missing reimbursement that we did not collect from Eagles Landing, and it's the same amount that we originally offered the Folsoms in payment approximately a year and a half before. No, I think it was about 8 months. I'm sorry, about 8 months before we actually went to trial. We offered them that same amount of money. There was also a judgment of about $140,000. That was for the Folsom's attorney fees to collect the $25,000, which we had offered them prior to court. At this point, the administration has made the decision to take this case forward to the Supreme Court on appeal. And we made that decision on advice of counsel, Mr. Code and I, on advice of counsel, Mr. Lilly. And it really, I'll ask him to speak to that in just a second, but it really revolves around whether it was appropriate for the judge to allow the full amount of the $140,000 to collect the 25, since they are unconnected claims. Is that a fair way to put it? One is a breach of contract and one's a negligence issue. And I'll have Mr. Code explain that in just a second. So to begin with, we did offer the amounts that we thought were payable. And those were the exact amounts that the jury found were also payable, with the exception of some minor expenses. The $140,000 is about attorney's fees, and that's the issue on which we have appealed to the Supreme Court. Excuse me. A next step in this process is that there will be a mandatory settlement conference where we will sit down, the city and the Folsoms will sit down, we'll have a mandatory settlement conference. It is possible that a settlement is arrived at that conference, and if it is, that settlement would have to come back to the City Commission for final approval or denial. So all we could do there would be tentative at this point. Certainly the trial was interesting, and there are certainly some very interesting elements, like for instance, Mr. Edwards. However, there was no documentation introduced at trial that Mr. Edwards had, that I'm aware of, that Mr. Edwards had proof that he had done anything wrong in his dealings. And the original claim from the Folsoms wasn't for the $25,000, it was for over $3 million. And there were numerous items that were included that obviously in the city's contention we thought shouldn't have been, and they were removed at court in the final decision. So I just want to be very clear, the city is also very interested in paying our bills, and we believe the $25,000 is the bill that we owe. It's why we offered it prior to court as settlement, and it's the same amount that was verified by the jury. So at this point, we are going to the Supreme Court. And let me just say one more thing. In the 25 years I've been working in local government, I don't know a municipal defense attorney that does a better job and is more honesty and integrity than Mike Lilly. This guy is second to none when it comes to defending cities and doing it in an integral fashion. And we are, as a community, we are fortunate to have Mr. Lilly appointed. He has represented the city on numerous occasions, always done a good job. I am not aware of any specific relationship between what we pay to MMIA as far as insurance costs and the fact that Mr. Lilly, we're not paying more for our insurance costs because of Mr. Lilly's defense on the Folsom suit. all of our insurance claims are certainly considered as part of our experience. But on the whole, our insurance costs are very minimal when you compare them to other private sector and even public sector organizations our size. So I just wanted to clarify a few of those points. And I would ask Mr. Coate to maybe explain a little bit about the actual outcome of the lawsuit. Yes, and Eric, if you will also talk about communications between the city commission and Folsom.
So just briefly here, because I don't want to take too much time. I would recommend that nobody speak to Mr. or Mrs. Folsom while they're represented, because when a party is represented by counsel, it is improper for another party to contact them without the knowledge of their attorney and without their attorney's consent to that conversation. And then, you know, with respect to the appeal, what we are appealing is the amount of the attorney's fees award, because the city did make the offer of judgment, and there's a rule in the Montana Rules of Civil Procedure that says if you make an offer of judgment and then later on the case goes to trial and the result of the trial is not more favorable than the offer of judgment you made earlier, then you are not responsible for the other party's attorney's fees and costs after you made the offer of judgment. So what we're arguing is we made an offer of judgment, we tried the case, the outcome was no more favorable than what we offered them, so why should we have to pay their attorney's fees? And there's a rule, like I said, in the Montana Rules of Civil Procedure directly on point. So that's what Mr. Lilly's arguing at the Supreme Court.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Mr. Bennett? The only thing about this is that the Folsoms should have been paid right away, years ago. This should never have come to this. We should have paid our bills when they were due. And as far as you speaking to the Folsoms, that's a shame that we can't talk to anybody anymore because we might say the wrong thing. And of course, the law says, and the law, we won't fool with the law because we haven't got a chance. But I do know this. We do not sign contracts for the city of Livingston and not pay the bills. And I don't care what kind of gossip you got going in the courthouse. If people are not dead, the bill needed to be paid when it was due. What a shame. What a shame. I'm ashamed of it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. And I hope I get to meet the Folsoms when they come to get their 101,000 plus damages. Amen.
Okay, we do have two public hearings tonight. The first one is on resolution 4607, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, estimating the cost of maintaining and improving streets and alleys in furtherance of the 5-year capital improvements plan for street maintenance district number 1 for fiscal year 2015-2016, in the estimated amount of $947,025, which is a 4% increase from the prior fiscal year, and levying and assessing 100% of the estimated costs against every parcel of property within said district for that part of the cost which its assessable area bears to the assessable area of the district. Mr. Neese.
Mr. Chair, as the City Commission is aware, this is a process that we go through every year. It is a process that establishes street maintenance district number 1, which by coincidence is the entire jurisdiction of the community. It is a process by which we collect the revenues necessary to implement the programs and budgets that the City Commission approves or accepts in the CIP and approves in the annual budget. And these were all of this was part of that process. Tonight also, as part of what your packet represents this evening, you have 2 requests for exemptions from property owners within the community. And I'm going to ask Mr. Coate to explain that, how we need to do that really quick.
Okay.
And then we'll shut up.
Sounds great.
Mr. Chair, Jim Woodhall approached me in the last couple of weeks with some letters that he received from property owners in the city. And these property owners have requested that their properties be exempted from the assessments that were levied in connection with street maintenance district number 1. I put them in the packet, we put them in the packet so you'd be aware that they were out there. The state law says that you can exempt certain properties from the assessments, but what that requires is you to basically change the boundaries of the district and pass a resolution that specifically excludes these properties if you find that there's a reason for them to be excluded from the assessments. I've also spoken to Mr. Woodhall, and he says that he can provide a staff report for next meeting for you to consider his recommendation on whether these properties should be excluded from the street maintenance district. So what I recommend that we do is go forward with the public hearing on Resolution 4607, and then at the next meeting, the administration can prepare resolutions for you to consider with respect to changing the boundaries of the district if you decide to exclude these properties from the district.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay. So did everyone understand that there's some few pages for exceptions, and we're not going to consider that tonight. We're just going to consider the resolution. All right. So we are considering Resolution 4607, and this is a public hearing. This public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who would like to make any comment on Resolution 4607? No one wants to comment on streets? Oh, Tricia, as long as it's about the resolution.
Patricia Grable, 204 East Calendar Street. Just a couple quick questions on this resolution. My understanding is that this would then pay for the actual work on the streets on the calendar block and within 200 feet of Lewis, is that correct? Down Main Street, within 200 feet of Lewis.
No, this was to pay for street maintenance throughout the whole city.
For the whole city. Okay, it does not include any construction work at all.
It may.
Sure, it does, and I would ask Mr. Holmes to just speak to the cost that we have coming out of this year's street.
Certainly, in our capital improvement account, which is the 960 account. I'm recalling from memory, so, but I'm almost certain we have $300,000 appropriated for this current year, 2015 construction. And we have $20,000 appropriated for design for next year, the 2016 project. So it would not include construction for next year's project. It would just be design.
So, Mr. Chair,
yes.
While Mr. Holmes is there, and then in addition to that, the other kinds of expenses that you would find in here would also be the operation, labor expenses for our street department, snow removal expenses, some of our maintenance in other parts of town, street maintenance issues in other parts of town. Correct?
Yes, exactly. And we do have a few equipment purchases. We're buying a new sander this year that was approved in the budget, plow. We've got some money set aside for doing some asphalt paving and our typical street maintenance stuff.
So my understanding from last meeting was that amounts to about $7 per taxpayer, that we're increasing the amount of money for streets in this resolution. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to just be clear that it does not include, it includes some engineering, but not actual construction of any of the streets on Calendar in Maine. Is that correct? Or not correct? I just want to be sure my assumptions are correct.
So again, I'll say the 300,000 is for the 2015 current project under construction in the alley between Main and B Street from Geyser to Calendar. And what we typically do is we will come in the capital improvement plan process and we will bring a new budget level for next year's project based on engineering estimates. And then now we'll go through the budget process and ultimately get approved by the commission.
Thanks, Shannon. So the answer, Patrick, is yes.
Yes.
Okay. But that doesn't include anything, including the 80,000 for planning for the Calendar Street business.
No, it's not.
Okay. All right. Just wanted clarity. Thank you.
Any other public comment on resolution 4607? Further public comment on resolution 4607? This public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion from the commission?
Make a motion to pass resolution 4607.
I'll second.
A motion by Friedman, second by Hoagland. Commission discussion? None. Roll call, please.
Chairperson Bennett?
Yes.
Commissioner Holden?
Yes.
Commissioner White?
Yes.
Commissioner Stern? Commissioner
Four.
Motion passes. The second public hearing is resolution number 4614, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, amending the budget for fiscal year 2015-2016 by making expenditure adjustment in the amount of $5,750. Ms. Please.
Mr. Chair. Out of order.
It's on page 63. Page 63.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. So, thank you. Resolution 4614 is a resolution that the administration was instructed to bring back to the City Commission. This, in effect, implements a $100 increase in commissioners' pay and accounts for that through a budget amendment for FY16 budget that has been previously adopted by the City Commission.
So this is a public hearing. This public hearing is now open for resolution number 4614. Is there any public comment for resolution 4614? Public comment for resolution 4614. Hearing none, this public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion from the commission?
I make a motion we pass resolution 4614.
I'll second that. Motion by Friedman, second by Reddington. Commission discussion? Roll call?
Chairperson Bennett?
Yes.
Commissioner Holden?
Yes.
Commissioner White?
Yes.
Commissioner Stern?
Four.
Commissioner Freeman?
4. Motion passes. There are no ordinances tonight. We do have several resolutions to consider. The first resolution is resolution number 4604, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Duval Ford for the purchase of a 2016 Ford AWD Police Interceptor. Mr. Meeks.
Mr. Chair, the purchase of this new police vehicle is something that was discussed and approved both in the CIP process and in the FY15 budget. This vehicle was publicly bid, and Chief Johnson has reviewed and recommended that Duval Ford receive the winning bid or be awarded the bid for $32,912, such that we may continue with the department's fleet replacement program. Certainly, we'll take any questions.
Why don't we start with the motion from the commission? Is there a motion from the commission on resolution 4604?
I make a motion to pass resolution 4604.
I'll second.
So a motion by Reddington, second by Hoagland. Commission discussion. Do you have something? Okay.
So normal process is that we open this up for bid. And Duval Ford is where?
Chief, do you want to talk about Duval Ford?
Yeah, they have the actual business is located in Florida. They do have a offshoot program, I guess you'd call it, here in the valley, Paradise Valley. And we did send it to Bozeman, Great Falls, and Billings.
So I noticed in your note here that there's that we're going to try to sell the 2007 Dodge Charger. And what kind of price would we usually see on something like that on the market?
I haven't looked into that. Probably a couple thousand, I would guess.
Couple thousand? Okay. So is there any public comment on resolution number 4604, the buying of a Ford all-wheel drive police interceptor? State your name and address for the record.
Jay Hebert, 227 South B. I have some questions to Mr. Bennett that maybe Chief Johnson can answer. When he said that, I was curious at Commissioner Hoagland's question. And I'm glad she asked it. Can you tell me where Duval Ford is? When the reply was Florida, but there's an offshoot in the Paradise Valley. Being in the car business for 35 years, the city was always curious about warranty work there. And when you get a 2016 vehicle on there, I just have a feeling, I could be wrong, there that the offshoot facility in Paradise Valley does not employ mechanics, have parts to fix the 2016 vehicle that you're asking the city commissioners to purchase?
They would work with any of the electronics and aftermarket stuff, that the lights, the sirens, the radios. They do all the work on that here, yes.
I wasn't talking about the accessories, like the bells, the whistles on there. I'm talking about when things go wrong on there and you have to take them into an authorized facility on there. And from what I understand, the offshoot facility down the valley does not offer those services to the city.
Mr. Chair, that's correct, except for the fact that because it's a Ford vehicle, we buy the warranty that comes with the vehicle, and that vehicle is then serviceable under warranty with any authorized Ford dealership. So that work could be done at any Ford dealership. The dealership itself then gets paid the warranty rate back from corporate Ford. So you're not limited to taking it back to Duval Ford in Florida. You could do that at a Billings Ford dealership. That work could be done. It's typically done for us in Bozeman, I believe, as the chief, under warranty when those types of things occur. So you're not limited to the dealership from which you purchased it in order to have the warranty work done.
Another question I have on there, have the commissioners been provided with the other bids that were submitted?
There was no other bid.
There were no other bids?
Correct.
I find that amazing, but maybe things have changed in 30 years. Thank you very much.
Any other public comment on resolution 4604? Any other public comment on resolution 4604? All right, roll call.
Chairperson Bennett?
Yes.
Commissioner Holman? Yes. Commissioner Reddick?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart? Commissioner Freeman?
4. Motion passes. Next resolution is resolution 4605, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, authorizing the city manager to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Park County Ministerial Association for the provision of temporary assistance vouchers to Park County residents and transients passing through the area. Mr. Meese.
Mr. Chair, the city of Livingston has had a long-standing relationship with the Park County Ministerial Association for helping to provide assistance to folks in our community as they pass through who may find themselves disadvantaged or in need of short-term assistance for some reason. What you have in front of you is an agreement put forward by the Ministerial Association through cooperative discussions with the dispatch center and the city of Livingston. That just codifies that in writing and make sure that everybody understands what the responsibilities of both organizations is going to be. I will just add the comment that we do have internal procedures in the dispatch center for supervisor approval, how frequent these things can be done to the same individual, with the same individual, the monetary limitations and so forth. So it isn't something that we take lightly. We take it very seriously, and our dispatchers do a great job of administering this program with this class providing oversight. So it's a very important program, and it's also one that's relatively easy for us to administer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, is there a motion from the commission on resolution 4605?
Go ahead. I move we approve resolution 4605.
Second.
So motion by Stern, second by Friedman. Is there any questions or clarification? Is there any public comment? Any public comment on resolution number 4605? The only question I have is, how much time does this usually take our dispatch center in a month's period? Something?
Maggie, do you have an idea about that?
It's, I would say probably on an average, we might issue one a week, especially during the winter months, summer not so much. The person comes in, we just run up to the computer, make sure they're not wanted, issue them a voucher, and they send on their way. It's very little time.
How does someone know to request a voucher? That's curious to me. I've never heard this program.
Can I take this back? So typically what happens is a couple of things. Number one, it's not uncommon for dispatch centers to have these kinds of requests made by folks who are passing. But number two, all of the members of the Ministerial Association also understand that this is the practice, and they have cooperated to make this the practice rather than deal with it so much on a one-off basis, where somebody might approach several of their members at once looking for some type of assistance. The Ministerial Association instead has grouped it up to do it this way, so that if a church, for instance, gets that kind of request, they can say, well, yeah, there are ways that you can be helped, but this is what you need to do to go make yourself available for it. And so then they refer the folks to the dispatch center, and it eliminates, different folks, multiple requests being made in that kind of fashion. And so I think it's been very effective for both of our organizations.
Oh,
So generally, this is for a transient population, and then it also states that it's for our population here. So tell me, does that mean like someone who's suddenly homeless? Or it could be, and they just need a couple of days of help before they can make other arrangements, or we've given gas money to people that need to go to a doctor's appointment or to a job interview to try and better themselves.
any other comment from the commission? And, thank the Ministerial Services for providing this service as well. Thank you very much. All right, so we do have a motion second. Roll call.
Chairperson Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Holden, yes, Commissioner Reddington,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern,
Four.
Commissioner Freeman.
Four.
Motion passes. Next resolution is resolution number 4606, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, authorizing the city manager to sign an agreement with Silverstone Group Incorporated, a company that will provide actuarial services for the City of Livingston. Mr. Meese.
Mr. Chair, so we have used the terms before in other discussions about the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. This is a national group who sets standards for how best practices for accounting standards across the country, and they often produce rules and guidances and other types of requirements that cities, counties, and other local government jurisdictions must follow for the purposes of how they record and treat their assets and their liabilities. One of those requirements that's relatively new, I think within the last 4 or 5 years, I don't see if this chance to put the date on here, is GASB 45. And GASB 45 requires the city to have an actuarial valuation placed on the value of some of our employee benefits programs, and then that has to be recorded in our accounting statements. Don't ask me to go into any more detail than that. And so in order to get that information, just as an aside, the cut line is 100 employees. And typically we have 101. So we just make it over the line. But either way, in order to get that type of information, we have to go to a very specialized kind of actuary. The Silverstone Group is one that has performed that service for us in the past and done a quality and timely job. And so this is why we would be looking to retain them to provide those services. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very much. So is there a motion for the commission for resolution 4606?
Make a motion to pass resolution 4606.
I'll second.
A motion by Freeman, second by Hoagland. Commission discussion. Is there any public comment? Roll call.
Chairperson Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Holden, yes, Commissioner Reddington,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern,
Four.
Commissioner
Four. Motion passes. Our next resolution is a resolution number 4608, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, establishing a special reserved parking space for Rosalind Erickson, adjacent to her residence at 421 South 7th Street in Livingston, Montana. Mr. Meese.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to be part of this. Mr. Chair, the Livingston City ordinances provide for special parking spaces in front of certain homes when a person has been deemed disabled. Ms. Erickson provided an application to the Public Works Department. The Public Works Department ran it through their process, and they have suggested that the City Commission allow Ms. Erickson to have that special parking space in front of her home. The state of Montana has approved her under a certain section of the code for a hanging tag in her vehicle. She has been deemed disabled, in other words. And like I said, there was a recommendation from the Public Works Department to provide her this space at 421 North 7th. And I have confirmed that she does own the property because that is one of the requirements, and that she's only wanting one vehicle and one space in front of that home. So,
All right, is there a motion from the commission?
I make a motion to pass resolution 4608.
I'll second.
Motion by Reddington, second by Hoagland. Is there any commission discussion? Is there any public comment? Commission discussion, public comment. Roll call.
Chairperson Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Holden, yes, Commissioner Reddington,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern, Commissioner Freeman.
Four. Motion passes. The next resolution is resolution number 4609, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, accepting the 12-inch and 14-inch water main extension from O Street to the new hospital, and the 4-inch and 8-inch forced main from Bennett Street to the hospital lift station and the hospital lift station. Mr. Reese.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask Shannon Holmes, Public Works Director, to join us at the table just for a quick review for the City Commission and folks in the audience. So obviously the Livingston Healthcare has been involved in a major infrastructure project for some time now to provide new utilities to their new facility. And a requirement of the city code is that the city accept those facilities as part of our infrastructure system and assume responsibility through our ownership for maintenance and upkeep and those things going forward. We placed a letter in the packet from Mr. Hetland, representative and project manager with Erdman, who are employed by Livingston Healthcare, requesting that. And I believe Mr. Holmes has, through separate cover, also indicated his satisfaction with the project and requested that the city accept this into our infrastructure system. Anything you would add to that, Shannon?
I think that's excellent put, but I'll answer any other specific questions if you have any.
Great. You're welcome. Thank you. Why don't we start with a motion from the commission?
I make a motion with pass resolution 4609.
Second. So motion by Friedman, second by Stern. Commission clarification or discussion. Commissioner Stern?
Thank you. Quick question. The legislative summary mentions a payback agreement. Can you give us some details on it?
Sure. So the payback agreement has been proposed by Livingston Healthcare. We received that, I think, about a week and a half ago, and Mr. Woodhull and Mr. Holmes are continuing to do due diligence on that, and we would expect that you will have that agreement with the resolution attached at the meeting the 20th of October.
You're satisfied, Mr. Lowe, with the progress on that matter?
Yes.
Right. That is all. Thank you.
Any other commission discussions, clarification? Is there any public comment regarding this resolution? Resolution 4609. Public comment? Roll call.
Chairperson Bennett?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward? Yes. Commissioner Reddington?
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart? Commissioner Freeman?
Four.
Motion passes. Next resolution is resolution number 4610, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, committing $11,000 for funding a school nurse for Livingston School District numbers 1 and 4. Mr. Reese?
Mr. Chair, resolution 4610 is a resolution that the administration was directed to bring back to the City Commission in order to implement certain commitments that were made at the October 6th meeting. This was relevant to pertinent to the discussion that was held with regard to funding a school nurse position with the Livingston School District. I believe this represents, well, it originally represented 1/2 of one FTE. Livingston Healthcare contributed half of that, so I guess we're now functioning at 1/4 of an FTE that our $11,000 will contribute. So that is that's the purpose of resolution 4610. And then I believe both Dr. Reed's letter and a fiscal note from the finance department are attached as well. And we'll certainly take any questions.
So why don't we start off with a motion from the commission?
I move we approve resolution 4610.
Second.
A motion by Stern, second by Friedman. Commission discussion?
Quick question.
Sure.
Thank you. So it's $30,000 for 1/2 FTE, is that right?
Correct.
And so roughly speaking, 10 grand is coming from the city, 10 from LHC, and 10 from the county.
Correct.
So we're funding 1/6.
Correct.
All right, well, it's good collaboration. Well done, Dr. I yield.
Any other further discussion from the commission? Is there any public comment? Public comment? Resolution number 4610. Can I ask?
Rich Moore, Superintendent Livingston Schools at residence at 113 South Fifth Street. Just again, express my appreciation and support for this. I think that it's kind of a moving from a basic health plan to a platinum health plan, and I think our community will benefit from it. Again, appreciate your support on that.
Any other public comment? I do have one comment. I would ask the commission to, I'm asking the commission to table this until we have a chance for the Livingston District School Board to look at their budget and to try to find the funds in their budget before we take it out of our budget. You know, we do have a budget that's been approved just like the school district. And in our budget, we have reserves. And we try to maintain a certain level of reserves. And I'm assuming that the school district does as well. And I'm thinking that this $10,000, $11,000, whatever it turns out to be, could probably be captured within their own school budget. So I'd like the commission to at least consider that. The other consideration that gives me a little bit of concern is that we're doing something that we haven't done before. That's not necessarily a concern, but we're also in the process of negotiating with 2 unions presently, which puts us in a position where if we're giving monies out to another entity and we're asking them to take less, could put us in a difficult position for negotiations. That's just something that I want us to at least consider. But we're being asked as a commission to fund $10,000, $11,000 for a school nurse, where I don't think the school board or their finance department has taken a look at their own reserve to see if they can fund it themselves. So I'd like to see the school board come back and say they can either fund it or they can't fund it, for one. And if for some reason they can't fund it this year, we could fund it for a year, and then when their budget season comes up again, they fund it for the following year, for the following subsequent years. So I'd like to hear some commission comments on that.
I'll provide my comments.
Sure.
Well, I understand your concerns, and I think this is too important of an issue to delay. I think the impact to the budget is minimal. We just approved a budget amendment for half of that to give the commissioners an increase in pay. And I think the health of our children is worth more than a few $100 for the commissioners, although, I mean, I understand money is important. I mean, I think if we were going to delay anything, we should delay the budget amendment for the raise of the commissioners. I think if, as everybody goes through their budgets, if they can find more for these resources, they can, and that can be implemented next year. And if the program doesn't work, the city commission can always decide to retract the funding in the next year. But I think Dr. Reed has done a great job of identifying this need, and the community has come together to support it. And this is obviously, this is one of those needs that will, this is a very strong need for the community. And so we've gotten this far, and I'm ready to continue on. And I'm not interested in delaying this. I think this is an important thing to do and to move forward. So I'm all in favor of it. And when it comes around, I'll vote in favor of it. I yield.
Any other commission discussion?
I definitely sympathize with that approach to it, but I see this as a possibly an ethical issue that it is our responsibility as a community to support this. I think it's forward thinking. I think it's, you know, So we haven't heard of other communities in Montana necessarily taking this approach, but I think that makes us look great, that we're taking this forward and moving it into a place that it should be. And that is, as a community, supporting the public health of our children and their families. And so I would like to move it forward tonight.
I agree. Personally, I don't think it's an ethical issue, which my question is. It's more of, I believe that the city, the school, has the money in their budget and they haven't had a chance to really look at it or study it themselves. So we're being asked to pay for it without them actually taking the time to find out if it's in their budget already. That to me is not an ethical issue. That to me is more of a fiscal responsibility issue. And I don't see the problem with the commission waiting another meeting to find out if the school district really has the money or not. I think it's their responsibility to come and tell us that they don't have the money or they do have the money. And the school board takes a look at it, like we take a look at our budget. And when someone wants money from us, we look at our budget to see if it's appropriate and we see if we have it. It's not an ethics issue. It's not about the children, because everyone likes the children. It's not, I don't want to see the children get the service. It's who's paying for it. And I believe the school district has the money to pay for it.
I don't know what the school budget is. I'm Dr. Reed.
Well, speaking of my phone.
Dr. Reed, 6 Sioux Creek Trailhead. I don't know what the school budget is. I have not seen the school budget, but I know that the Livingston schools are already paying for more FTE of school nurses than most schools in our region. Shields Valley, for example, is paying 0% of their school nurse funding right now, and the superintendent in Shields Valley has come back to me and said that he doesn't know where he's going to come up with the money to help pay for their school nurse this year. And I think that that is more the trend in other schools. So I think Livingston School District has already been forward thinking and put a greater proportion of their resources towards the school nurse than what you see from other districts. I think probably what the school board would say, again, not knowing their budget, that they probably could find the funds to put towards the school nurse, but it's going to come at the cost of other resources, education, sports, etc.
Okay, thank you. Patricia?
Patricia Grabo, 204 East Calendar Street, Livingston, Montana. I just want to mention to this commission that this is a remarkably cooperative effort with the city, the schools, and the hospital or the Livingston Healthcare. And it shows that this community has this kind of cooperative philosophy as opposed to I'll get mine, you get yours. And the school district has already demonstrated that to us. Because when we passed the urban renewal, I want to remind the commission that the school district gave up their tax increment monies in order so that we could, in our downtown, get rid of the blight that exists, as well as the county, as well as the state. And so the school district has already relinquished a significant amount of money as part of cooperating with the city of Livingston in trying to address what the city of Livingston's needs were. Now, what we're asking is for a nominal amount of money for us to return that kind of favor to the school district and show that same spirit of cooperation that the school district has already given us through the URA funding.
Thank you, Patricia. Any other funds or, yeah, anyone got more funds? Anyone got more comments? Yes, sir.
Rick Stoneman, 226 South 8th Street. I concur with Commissioner Bennett. I think that for a number of reasons that this should be under the purview of the school district entirely. And I realize that Mr. Meese brought this up at the previous meeting. Everybody was speaking to the value of school nurses, and I don't think anybody disagrees with that. But this is not, as Mr. Meese said, this is not what cities do. And yes, he did poll a number of cities in the state, and indeed they do not fund the school nurses directly. And I applaud him for his initiative in polling these people. You know, many people rightly criticize government as being inefficient. And if there's one thing that's less efficient than government, it's fractured government. This should be under the school district. And the school district, you know, they just recently came up with enough change in the couch cushions to open up a brand new program for pre-kindergarten. And I think had they had that on the ballot for the school levy, it would not have passed. So it's quite possible that the school district can come up with the funding for this, for the nurses, which everybody, I believe, here is in agreement is a worthwhile cause. And I think the consideration Mr. Bennett raised about being in negotiation with unions, and suddenly we've got all this extra cash, that's a very worthy consideration.
Thank you very much.
Rich Moore. I am not here to speak for the board, obviously. I can share a little bit of our financial picture. Our budget committee, our board's budget committee, they go line item by line item to set the budget for the school year. That happens in the summertime. This is my 5th year, starting my 5th year here. It's the tightest budget we have had in 5 years. That budget has been set for this year. There is no money on the table to come back and find the 30,000 that we're talking about. We have some class sizes that are larger than they should be, larger than some of our parents would like to see, but we try to be as balanced as we can in meeting the educational and emotional and social needs of our students. It's a hard job. A piece of personal information that I'm not asking for any pity here, but going into a 2-year contract that I've signed, I'm receiving the same base pay that I received when I first came into the district. So for 6 years, I'm receiving the same amount that I did when I came in. If we had some extra money, I would have done something in that area. But we're still, you know, we try to manage our money carefully. And I'm not sure that if we were to delay it a month and the board were to have that discussion, that they would be able to come back and give you a different answer. But of course, that would be up to them and not my opinion. Thank you.
Can I ask you one question?
Sure.
Well, if your budget is tight this year, this type of expenditure could be incorporated into your budget next year.
That would be pending what the legislators decide to fund us. Could be 0 increase, and then we'd be facing cuts.
There's okay. So, but the legislature doesn't doesn't dictate your entire budget.
Are you referring to permissive levies?
No, I'm referring to, do they even have control over your property taxes?
Yeah.
They do.
And the only way we have to receive funding, there are very few permissive levies that we can invoke without vote. That's for special education needs. That's the one that comes to mind. I think that's one of the few. This is not a special education issue, so we're kind of at the mercy either for voted levies that go to the public or the state legislators.
So you have no idea whether this is an expenditure you can incorporate in the following year?
That would be a board decision. Board decision. There would be kind of research by the budget committee, and then it would be goes before the board for vote in August. That of course is if we were to have no increase, that would mean cuts in the classroom. Basically.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If the commission is determined to pass this expenditure, I would think that it would be wise to just make it for 1 year, so that the school district can have the opportunity to work it into their own budget. We're talking about $10,000 to $11,000. The county has already committed to 1/3 of what their needs are, and Livingston Healthcare is committed to the next. I think that if it's something where the school board cannot find money, which I believe they could, that's just my opinion from my own research. I think we should just look at it for a year as an emergency measure. Did you have something?
Well, I'm just going to ask for clarification from Mr. Cope, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cope, in terms of how you read, because you were the drafter on Resolution 4610, how does it implement that $11,000? Is it a multi-year or a single year?
The way I've written it is just a single year, because I think every year that you're gonna have to approve it as part of your budget. So what we're gonna have to do is go back and amend the budget for this year to account for this 11,000, and when you go through the budget process next year, that will be considered. Whether you want to continue with it or not will be taken up at that point.
So what we're doing now basically is for this budget year, and then any future 11,000 or whatever they might be would be handled in those budget processes.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other commission discussion?
No, I took it as a 1-year deal, and I think your point is well taken, Commissioner Newsom before, but since we have other people participating in it, and it is a critical, the fact that this is going to get done is will save money somewhere down the line. That's your thing beforehand. So it's a critical thing, and let's do it.
Any other public discussion? Public comment? Yes.
Sharon McLaughlin, 204 East Calendar. As you know, I recently came up from California. I can tell you that in so many of our counties and school districts, they are coming to a place where it's getting hard for them to fund school nurses within their own school budgets, because so many of the states have decreased a lot of the funding. So they're really doing a lot of experimental things. There are some counties and some cities that are, and school districts are choosing to outsource their school nurses, which is not the best idea. There are a lot of funding things that they're trying to do in partnership with the city But there's a lot of experimentation going on to try to figure out a way to fund the kind of nursing adequacy within the schools, because it really does affect the whole community. And I just would encourage you to at least do it for this year, but also think creatively along with the public health and with our city communities about how we can creatively come up with options for this in the future, because it's hitting everybody. And if it's not hitting them right now, it will be coming down the pike really soon. We have a Primo's Run for Education in the community that is hugely successful, and that is one of the ways that they help fund the school nurses. But it's a combined effort with the city and with the school districts, because they know it all matters. So I just hope that you can think creatively about it, because I know this is an issue for so many school districts right now. So thank you.
Very much. Any other public comment?
JT for 227 South B. I would like to address this to the commission and to Dr. Moore and to the school board. I have mentioned this concept to the commission before, and I want to repeat it. I see no reason why this Livingston school district or the city of Livingston can't contract with grant writers to assist them in finding money through grants that may be there. Another thing that I firmly a strong believer is, I just think that the city and the school district maybe need to start an Indiegogo campaign and work and basically see if they can get money from across the world, not just Park County there, and just sort of put a budget there. And they have a thing for corporations and then government entities there, and you can sort of say like $13,000 or bust, or you can go a flex account, and if you get $9,876.43, Jesse Hogue or the administrator for the school district could hit the button. There it would be that money would be transferred to the checking account, and they could make decisions there. Thank you very much.
Any other public comments? All right, public comment, nothing from the commission? Okay, roll call.
Chairperson Bennett?
No.
Commissioner Holden?
Yes.
Commissioner Remington?
Yes.
Commissioner Stern? Commissioner Freeman?
Or
Motion passes. Resolution number 4611, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, authorizing the city manager to sign a professional service agreement with Thomas Dean Hoskins Incorporated for 2016 CIP design. Mr. Meese.
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna, excuse me, Mr. Chair, I'm gonna ask Mr. Holmes to join us again at the table. Resolution 4611 is something that we alluded to, I believe, at the last couple of city commission meetings. Resolution 4611 is a contract between the city of Livingston and TD&H Engineering. Basically builds upon our basic or our underlying city engineering contract that we've already approved with TD&H, and provides a scope of work for them to complete for design processes on our 2016 CIP project to be done starting July of next year, and that would be starting next year. It is approximately $78,000. I think pretty sure that's within the budget on this particular issue. So I would ask Shannon if there's anything else you would add to that.
Certainly. Just to clarify, it is $12,000 under our budgeted amount. So that is good news. And I'm happy to say that I think if you review the scope, it is very thorough. It covers every aspect of the survey design of the next year's CIP project. I would like to make a note that we are included in this contract is approximately $13,000 that's going to be dedicated for underground vaults and things like portals and other issues that that the URA has expressed and the Vision Livingston Design Committee has expressed a want for in the downtown area. So that is all included in this project.
Mr. Chair. And just as a point of clarification, so the scope, we got the pages just a little bit out of order here, but Exhibit A, scope of work, and then it goes to Exhibit B. And then on page 126, you start to see the project's scope actually. So pages 126, 127, and 128 have the scope of the project. You don't see the insurance documents simply because they're already provided under the foundational contract. So we already have those. That's why they're not in this pack. But starting on page 126, you see the scope for this particular amount of work, correct?
Yes. And I will also note that it is a do not exceed project, so we will get this project out to bid, and I can assure you the cost will not exceed $78,000. They will do all the work necessary to make that happen.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. We'll start off with a motion from the commission.
I move we approve resolution 4611. I'll second that.
Motion by Stearns, second by Reddington. Commission discussion, questions, clarifications. Commissioner Stearns.
Thank you. Sounds good, Shannon. Can you elaborate just a little bit on the underground vaults, portals, and streetlights portion of this?
Certainly. Well, referring to the scope, we have basically the project limits that consist of Callender from 2nd to B Street, and then Main Street from Callender to just north of Lewis, and that is in the first portion. There are a fair amount of vaults in that area, and we do have $6,000 of the project engineer's time to be able to coordinate with property owners and their engineers if they decide to basically restore their vaults. So that needs some coordination on that.
$6,000 be primarily then for their time.
For their time, meeting with property owners. The certified letter that we sent out here a couple weeks ago, we had made the notification when we will have a meeting. I do want the project engineer present for that.
Okay.
And then as we move forward and getting an answer on if each property owner is going to want to fill in their vault or say that there's going to be coordination between them to fill it in and their engineer to save it.
So at the very least, we'll have all the information we need. We'll have all the information regardless of the decisions people make.
Exactly. Okay. And then as far as the portals are concerned, there again, that's it's been a priority. It's addressed in our downtown PER report.
What are those? I'm sorry.
That is part of the kind of the gateway entrances, the cast iron.
Right.
And so they're a pretty significant structure that is going to need some design and a concrete foundation. And now is the time to put those in during the infrastructure.
Are those funds coming from the URA or is that coming from the overall CIP project funds?
The design of those will come, but it's my understanding that actually purchasing the equipment and all that to do the installation would be coming out of other funds.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
And then the street lights, there again, I just asked them to break down things into finer details. And as we all know, we're going to be putting approximately 6 to 8 lights per block. And so with the foundation designs and all the conduits and coordination with Northwestern Energy for service drops and things of that, there's a fair amount of time doing that coordination as well.
Right, I see. When I saw the streetlights here, I was thinking of what they URA and VLDP are always talking about plugs on the outside for all the vendors, but this is more infrastructure.
Well, that's something that we're certainly going to be considering and implementing in this project. Is making sure that we have that capability.
And okay, that sounds great. Just one final follow-up question of clarification. So these portals, those big wrought iron things, they'll be going in 2016.
Well, the foundations for them will be.
Oh, I see. And then they'll go in whenever you already purchase them or whenever they get purchased.
Yes.
Where will those foundations be located?
At the intersection of Calendar and Main is the location that they prioritize.
All right. Very good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well done.
Question.
Yes.
Is there any plans, or in our plans, are there any references to green spaces or greenery? I don't recall seeing any yet, but I was curious if you recall from any of the, like from their engineering work and what they're approving, are they discussing that yet? Or Shannon?
You know, green spaces was not in the scope of work for the downtown PER, and there again, that was, you know, a cooperative effort between, you know, city staff and URA and Livingston as far as compiling that scope for the PER. But Ed might be able to follow up on that.
So Commissioner Hogan, when you refer to green spaces, exactly what, okay, trees and those types. So, well, we didn't put any raised gardens or anything like that in there. Obviously, one of the things that we will keep an eye on though is like where we have boulevards across the downtown, where things, where we're taking things out that need to be replaced, or perhaps if we have a new opportunity to put some of those things in, then we would do that. And there are parts of downtown where we already have boulevards that exist, and we might have those opportunities. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I was just curious. Thanks.
Further commission discussion? Is there any public comment? Yes. This is public comment about current signing an agreement for Thomas, Dean, and Hoskins.
Tricia Grabo, 204 East Calendar Street. As you may know, the building owners who have underground vaults in downtown Livingston, in cooperation with the Downtown Building Owners and Business Association, sponsored Karen Burns coming here. It was quite a wonderful speech, and I really appreciate the two commissioners who came to the meeting and the commissioners who wanted to be sure to get information on that talk. So we did send a synopsis of that talk out to all the commission. Since then, we have those building owners to a person want to save their underground, period. I mean, that's just, they've made that decision. But as follow-up, Jack Luther contacted, I believe it's Bodette engineering firm, which is a branch of Territorial Incorporated, which is the engineering firm that was on the phone.
Tricia, is this?
Yes, I'm getting to my point. I am quickly.
Okay.
And so they came back with a proposal to the building owners to say, we could do the engineering for you, since they received a letter from the city. We could do it for about $5,500. So we could engineer, go into each of those vaults and show the most reasonable engineering. And now my question is, under that $6,800 that's allowable here, I'm wondering if there's any chance that some of that money could be allocated to those building owners who would like to contract with Bodette, who's has done 40 vaults in Butte, who have the experience with vaults specifically. If there's any chance that that $6,800 could go to their engineering costs, it's strictly for this engineering firm. And also to ask this commission if, for example, if they put in a request for something like the URA to cover those expenses, of that engineering study, which they will need to have and right away. As a matter of fact, the engineering firm could come to here as early as this next week.
That's a good idea.
Okay,
Didn't even think about it.
okay. Well, I think that may be the course that they're gonna go to get that $5,500 worth of study done. It will probably underscore what was said during that presentation by Karen Burns, which is the larger the vault, the more likely it is that you need the IB construction. It's just simply more cost effective. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair? Yes. Ms. Grable, could I just get a clarification? So you said $5,500 in engineering that you received a proposal for that. Was that $5,500 total or $5,500 per vault?
Total.
Okay.
He will, what Badet and Territorial is proposing is that they will go through every vault that's on calendar. And will produce a document that will show the recommended kind of engineering for that vault. And one can anticipate that it will recommend saving the vaults because the letter that came from the city said building owners have to make that decision by the 1st of December. So they want to be proactive and get right to work on it.
And so that's $5,500 total, and that is, but that's not, it wouldn't be required by the 1st of December, but that's not final design on all of those.
I think
vaults.
that's required by February.
Right. This is just sort of a preliminary engineering step.
Yeah. But I think what may happen, we're having a meeting on Friday of all of the building owners affected. Now that we have all of this information from the beauty engineers, is they will probably then look at a proposal for the final engineering for the vault. And possibly the best course of action is just simply go through the URA on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Any other public comment on resolution 64611? Commission? Yep, yes.
I don't know if this is appropriate at this time. Can I address the letter that was sent from the city?
No, we'll have to
This is
take-
not directly addressing whether.
Yeah, we'll take that up at public comment at the end. Okay, thank you very much.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
So say we did have a specialized firm, engineering firm that dealt with the vaults. And we approved tonight this amount of money. And we decide then that as far as the vault issue, it would be funded another way, potentially. How do we deal with that?
I think I understand what you're asking. So, and Shannon, you correct me if I'm wrong, but the monies that are set aside for vaults in here are for our engineers' time and efforts to coordinate with the engineers working on behalf of the private property owners. If the private property owners go to the URA and say, we'd like you to fund this study, and or cost match, cost share with us, and the URA agrees to do that, then they would bring that to the city commission and you would approve or deny the URA's recommendation on how to pay it there. Then, continuing that line of logic, if, say, property owner A wants to rehabilitate their vault, they will, the way that we organize now, they will pay the cost of that engineering services for their vault. And then that design would have to be reviewed, approved by our design engineers, in this case, Thomas Dean and Constance, before it could go forward during the construction season.
So the,
I'm sorry.
so the engineer,
What does it say? If once they get to that step, the property owners were to go to the URA and say, okay, we now like you to cost share in our actual design costs, that's between them and the URA as well. And then the URA approve that, it would come back here, and the same thing would be true for construction. which is pretty similar to how Butte does it now. That their URA has a program, matching program, where they pay a portion of the cost, whether they are rehabilitating or filling it in. I think it's 90-10 and 50-50 based on which one they're doing. And that is both design and construction costs. So the property owners certainly have the opportunity, if they want, to make that request to the developer. Did that answer your question?
I guess what I'm asking is, we're paying for engineering, potentially tonight, we're approving engineering that involves the vaults. If there's a more expert vault engineer that comes into the picture through a different entity, we need to then have that engineer talking to TDH to approve it.
Right.
So we can't do, we could not have one or the other. We're gonna have to potentially have both of them working. And I wanted us to clear that.
Correct. TD&H, the money that's in this contract between us and TD&H would be for them serving as our representative, if you will, reviewing, approving, and incorporating those things in as part of our design. But they would not be designing for the property owners, nor would we be paying for the design through this contract of the property. We're going to have two firms. If that's the case, we're going to have two firms working together, not one firm working for everybody. Is that how you would characterize it, Shannon?
That's exactly right, but I guess I'll clarify. It's the critical component of our engineer is to make sure that the coordination on the construction end is going to happen seamlessly. And that is something really, I mean, and I appreciated the talk that Karen gave from the city of Butte. And what we're doing is we're actually combining capital improvement projects with either filling or restoring the vaults, and that's something that they've not done before. So that coordination part is critical.
Well, we had a lot of questions, from the community, and I think that helps to clear the steps. Yeah, and the different entities that are involved. Thanks.
Sure, welcome again to a 4 calendar. Just a couple questions. Does the engineering money that's been set aside for this company, I'm assuming that it includes the engineering and design for filling in the vaults, which was the original plan. Is that right or not? Because what we're looking at doing now is if owners want to, preserve their vaults, then this current engineering firm would actually not be doing that work. So I'm wondering if there would be some adjustment of figures given the fact that there's, there's less, you've got one entity, a specialist that's going to actually come in and do this part of the work, and this entity is not actually going to be doing that work. So that's one question.
So can I answer that for you?
Of course.
So no, and the reason is because our engineer is not doing any design work, and we haven't budgeted for them to do design work on the individual vaults, whether they were filling it in or rehabbing, either way.
Okay.
So that's why there's no cost.
Okay. Second question is that because of the historic buildings and just the way the vaults are constructed, and if anybody's interested, Karen did send me their notebook that has like all the pictures and the analyses of each of the vaults, which was informative, and I can certainly bring that down. But because of those intricacies, is there a difference in terms of knowledge base of what meeting code actually means? Meeting code, if you fill in a vault, might be one thing. Meeting code might be something else if you choose to preserve a vault. For example, meeting code, if you fill it in, might require retaining walls. If you choose to preserve it, it may come to pass that there are no retaining walls. And I think
My concern is making sure that whatever the criterion that your engineers are using fits the vault, because I think there might have been confusion with that in the past, is my suspicion. Maybe
So-
that's more of a comment than a question.
Yeah, so the way I would respond to that is this. Whichever firm does it, they're going to use the same laws of physics and engineering that should be applied. Not necessarily, well, we can do it one way for this code and another way. It's going to be the laws of engineering, basically. And that's what is going to be done on a case-by-case basis as the private engineers do design work for what their work is going to be, fill it in or rehab it. And then that work will be reviewed by Thomas, Dean, and Hoskins, who also employ structural engineers and a project engineer to make sure that what's being proposed accomplishes the law of physics and how those buildings need to be supported and what can be done and what doesn't have to be done. So I don't think it's really an issue of perspective. It's an issue of the laws of physics. And if the alternate engineering company comes up with something that satisfies the laws of physics, as long as that's proven with all those mathematical formulas and slide rules. Do you still use slide rules?
Oh my goodness.
Slide rules.
Hello.
Spreadsheets. I mean, as long
That's
as,
okay.
as long as they validate that,
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's down to does it work or not from a physical perspective.
I just think that if they choose to preserve, that's a different process than filling it in. And there are different requirements. And I'm concerned about it because I really want a really good working relationship for the business owners and for the city and the engineers so that it does go seamlessly. But sometimes criterions that you use, if you don't quite have the knowledge base on this end, you might apply something that's a little different. So
that's the purpose of what we're doing here. We are budgeting time from the city's engineering company to do exactly that, which is coordinate those. And so if there's a private engineer involved, then it would be incumbent on both of them to collaborate and coordinate. And that's what we're doing right now.
And I think that's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jill Maybe, 310 South H Street. I just have a couple of questions for the city manager. When you were picking an engineering firm to work on the CIP for Main Street and Calendar, given that a lot of the street on Calendar Street contains these vaults, a high percentage, was one of the requirements that you had in finding an engineering firm, finding a firm that has experience with vaults?
So, Mr. Chair. So when we evaluated potential new city engineers, there were multiple requirements. And certainly one of those requirements is their experience. In fact, we had several questions where we discussed specifically their experience in tight projects, downtown projects, different types of grades and elevations. In fact, TD&H, before they were chosen as the city's engineer through that process, had already done a considerable amount of work in that area, performing a preliminary engineering report just on the downtown at the request of the city and the URA. So one of the reasons that TD&H got selected was specifically that they have both structural experience, they have large project experience, but they also have familiarity with our specific downtown, the requirements of our projects as well, because they completed that PER process.
Having familiarity and having experience with vaults is different to me. Is it different to you?
It certainly is, but it's not a requirement of this process. And I'll explain why. Because we don't design vaults. That's not our function. Our engineers will coordinate and collaborate with the private engineers, but our engineers don't have to be vault specialists if there is such a thing. Again, it's basic laws of physics. There's nothing different about vaults than foundations, than building structures, and the other pieces of structural physics that you have to obey. So since we don't do that design, it's not a requirement that our general engineering services or even our CIP engineer be a vault specialist. But what they do have to do is understand the laws of engineering and physics and be able to apply that to what someone else has done. And that's why we have time built in here for that coordination to occur.
Okay, I did an extensive renovation of one of the buildings downtown, actually 2 buildings downtown. And I know that most engineers who do a certain type of engineering, if they're not familiar with historic buildings and historic ways of building things, they're completely lost. Now, laws in physics don't always apply equally to every situation, especially when you're talking about historic buildings. That's why I'm asking, do they have any experience with vaults and with underground structures?
So I'm going to disagree with you a little bit. The laws of physics always apply. They either work or let me have a moment. They either work or they don't work. The laws of physics applied in the 1400s, they applied in the 1800s, and they apply in 2015. And so whether that building is old or not doesn't change how the physical relationship is going to occur. Now, does Thomas Dean Hoskins have specific experience with vaults on old buildings? They have some. Are they vault experts like perhaps some other engineering company? No, but those engineering companies that might be vault experts also might not have the same kinds of experiences that we require for the overall design of our CIP. And once again, we aren't doing the vault design process. Our job is to coordinate and collaborate with the private engineering firms, doing it on behalf of the private property owners. So, thank you.
Okay, it's just that I would be more comfortable if it were an engineering company who had experience with even working with vault specialists, so that the whole thing is coordinated and gets done well and gets done quickly. Because the other aspect of this is while this work is being done, businesses are greatly impacted. I think you saw what an uproar there was when you had to close the streets for a few hours for a movie. I mean, those businesses were hurting. We happened to be in one of them for breakfast that morning, and this was a man who was really, really upset. So it concerns me that we're signing a contract with an engineering firm who has no experience really with vaults and with with coordinating that with a whole street plan. That's my concern.
Thank you very much. Tricia.
Patricia Grable, 204 East Calendar. And I've said before, I've been involved in the design of this since 2002 when I was part of the Antraco study. I was on the commission when we went through 2 generations of designs. I would like to make 2 comments. One is follow-up to what was just discussed. I'm going to give each of the commissioners, I don't think 3 of you have gotten it, a series of emails between Kirk Michaels and Staley Engineering when they did the falls. Yes, it's relevant.
We need to go.
Yeah.
We need to approve this or disapprove
Well,
this.
and I'm, okay, can I?
Is this relevant to this?
Yes, it is. Because the Barn Girl hired someone to save their vault. And then Staley came in and said, you have to have a retaining wall, which Staley did not have experience with vaults. And so they required a retaining wall, which was, in the judgment of Kirk Michaels, was superficial. And so ultimately they had to give up saving their vault. So I'd just like to see, for you to be able to see that email exchange. So that it is relevant in terms of this, the comment about the laws of physics. Well, the laws of physics were apparent to Stanley and they were apparent to Kirk Michaels. There was a disagreement on the laws of physics, essentially. And that is the concern as we move forward, that there might be that. And I'm just saying, there's two problems with framing this and passing this tonight. Number one, that concern. And the second concern that exists is, in my judgment, the concern I have about designing for portals. Now, the significant part throughout this whole process of proposing a portal, significant number of building owners have simply said, please don't put in those portals. We've got huge trucks coming in, delivering furniture, and they're going to get in the way of those portals. And we've gone through enormous discussions on this. We went through discussions on bulb outs and portals, and there are new possibilities coming up. I appreciate Commissioner Hoagland's comment about green space, because there's a possibility that American Bank will be taking down its drive-through. And there is an outside possibility that that could become public parking, saving those evergreen trees, and provide for about 22 spaces of additional public parking in the downtown area. So things are moving quickly, and that could become an entertainment area. So in a sense, designing right now for portals may be obsolete. And so here we are contracting with an engineering firm that's going to design for portals that doesn't have the knowledge of the need or lack of need for the kinds of structures that are needed in an underground. My suggestion is that we table the approval of this engineering firm and we take into consideration these other possibilities.
Any other public comment? Additional commission?
One last comment is, Jill, I totally share your concern, and I can see how you want to make sure this is done right. And you do point out a really good point that this engineering firm maybe doesn't have all the experience we want on that, but at least Mr. Holmes has put aside in the scope of work that they're going to explicitly look at these vaults, and they've got an individual who's going to be responsible for that. So that's at least a step forward, and maybe if we all work together, it'll actually work. That's all. So I'm encouraged, Mr. Holmes, by the scope of work.
Any other commission comments? No. I hear the concerns of people about what happened the first time and the filling of the vaults. That's an important concern. I think that we've tried to move forward with taking that in mind, really, and specifically contracting within this contract to work with an engineering company who will coordinate with any private engineer who might be experts in vault construction. If private individuals are going to hire engineers for specific vaults, and our engineer coordinates with them, I only see that we're going to have a better result than what we've had in the past. I think we're just going to be much better off. I think it's on everyone's radar. I think we're being very attentive to it. We're very cautious about moving forward with it. I think the administration and Public Works Department have taken the time to open that consideration and to be determined to be on top of, every step of the way. So I feel comfortable with passing this because engineers definitely, they all have different perspectives, I'm sure, just like, finance directors or public work directors about different things, but I think that we have to take a look at the overall experience of a particular engineering company, what they bring to the table for the city of Livingston. And yes, do you have another comment?
One quick question.
Okay.
Is it possible with the concerns about the portals? Because I don't know, I have no clue. But is it possible, since there might be some concerns about the portals, that the engineering company consults with the building owners where they would be affected by a portal to see if that it actually would cause a problem or be beneficial to have or not have one?
Sure. Certainly. So what we're doing here is setting aside dollars for the engineers to do exactly that. Whether the portals get taken all the way through design or where they get to even constructed, another piece of that question rests with the Urban Renewal Agency and whether that they are continue to be supportive of funding that construction. Right now, I think we presented the final edition to the PER this week.
It's scheduled for next week.
Next week. At which point they will basically, the URA, have a laundry list of the different items that have been identified over the years and the multiple studies that have occurred. And then the URA will be given a choice, which of those things, well, they'll have a choice, which of those things they want to fund or not moving forward. If the URA was to say, well, we don't want to do these portals after all, we've changed our mind, then we won't spend the money necessary to design those portals. But I think, you know, when you're planning a major infrastructure project like this, at some point, well in advance, you have to draw a line and say, okay, this is it. This is our understanding of what we're going to do. We're going to put a box around it. We're going to move forward under those assumptions. And if those assumptions change on you as you go forward, then you adjust. But simply, as been requested earlier tonight, simply keeping all of that in flux for some indefinite period of time, you just can't move a project forward. And so that's what we're doing here. We've set those dollars aside to do portal design, let's say. But as we continue to work with the URA, if the URA looks at the list and says, no, we're no longer interested in portals, then we won't design them. They're not going to do them. So there's a coordination that occurs between Mr. Holmes and Mr. Whitman in the Public Works Department and the Urban Renewal Agency as we go forward.
So the one party that's been left out of this, though, is the building owner.
Well, no, not
or
really.
the people that are affected. And I guess that's my only question is, as you move forward, I love the fact that that the words cooperation and partnership and that we're starting to really come together and utilize our different expertises and knowledge bases. That's awesome. But if there's a portal and the building owners don't want it because they might know that there's a problem with it that you guys might not be aware of, then I just would like them to be consulted, and maybe that factors into your decision.
And they should be. And the ways that happens is, number one, they can approach us at any time if they have those concerns. Number two, there's always been a big effort between the Urban Renewal Agency and the property owners to work together on these types of things. We've had multiple public meetings as we've got ready for these coming projects, as well as next week, the Urban Renewal Agency will have a discussion with the engineering firm with regard to these very issues. So if the property owners are concerned about that, then they should have representation at those meetings, which Ms. Graybo usually provides. So I mean, I think there are several avenues and several ways for them to get connected.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just hoping, and I know you guys want to move on. I'm going to let you go on quickly. Sometimes I think it helps to go say, here's some of the things that we're looking at doing on your property with the portal, and not wait for the building owner to come to you, because sometimes it takes a long time for them to even know, right?
That's exactly what's in here.
Okay,
That's what
awesome.
this is for.
I'll let you move forward. I have one more comment to make. I have some grave concerns about hiring an engineering firm that has no experience with vaults and with this town. when we received, and we only received this week, our certified letter informing us of the CIP, et cetera, on that map that was included, there was a vault in front of our Main Street building. That was news to me. And I had a kind of a zing moment there. And I spent an entire weekend, my husband and I, exploring that possibility that there may have been a vault underneath the sidewalk in front of our building. And we could find no evidence of a vault, even though, I mean, I didn't think there was one there, and we found no evidence of it. So on Monday morning, or Tuesday or Wednesday, whatever day it was, we went down to the clerk and recorder's office. I said, there's a reason that this is on the map. I want to find out what the reason is. Clerk and recorder just kind of had no idea. They were going to send us down to Shannon's office, and we were walking downtown, ran into someone else and said they suggested we go to the original engineering firm that made up the map. So that's what we ended up doing. We walked in the engineering firm, and they called us later and said, oops, there is no vault in front of your building.
Joe, you're talking about the one on Park Street?
Yeah, no, the one on Main Street. So that's a big oops to be made by an engineering firm that was hired by you. I mean, that was a big oops.
So, Mr. Chair.
I mean, that could have cost us a lot of money.
Let me clarify that. So first off, CTA was not hired by the city administration. CTA was actually hired by the Urban Renewal Agency when they did that process. At the request of Vision Livingston. I think it was for about a $20,000 contract. So I'm not aware of your specific situations that hadn't been brought to my attention before. But certainly, if they identified a location with a vault that wasn't there, that's a mistake. And it's one that should be rectified. Just a second. And it's certainly one that should be rectified, but I think it's a bit of an exaggeration to call it a big mistake. It's one that can be rectified by working with property owners. And that's the whole purpose of putting that letter out in advance, is to provide that information. And if there are issues that we need to resolve, then we need to resolve. But that's the purpose of getting it out there to begin with.
You hired CTA for other things for the city. It really draws question in my mind of their quality of their engineering work.
And this may be, if you just make one more point, it was also this administration that dismissed CTA as the city engineer when we were concerned about the quality of work. So, thank you.
Well, this is gonna just be 30 seconds. I remember Chris Wisty coming up here and when the Highway Commission people from Helena said the highway going through town needs to be shortened. It's too wide. And Chris Wisty said, have you ever been here in the wintertime when the wind blows and all the trucks are routed? I have. What I would like to have noted is that there are months of the year when trucks are routed through there, and if you have a portal and the height is too low and the trucks are that high, those portals are not going to be around much. Thank you very much.
Portal location is not on the Park Street.
Did you hear that, Jay? Yes, I did. Okay. That wasn't addressed during the conversation. Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from the commission? Okay, roll call.
Chairperson Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley,
Yes.
Commissioner Redmond,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern, Commissioner Freeman.
Four. Motion passes. Resolution number 4612, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, approving additions and amendments to the City of Livingston and Park County Compact pertaining to funding arrangements for the library. Mr. Neese?
Mr. Chair, so as the City Commission is aware, we work on a regular basis with Park County We did that in the beginning several years ago to develop the city county compact. And since that time, we've tried to continue to add new chapters to that compact and amend the current chapter that is necessary. What you have in front of you tonight is a simple amendment of the already existing library chapter of the compact. And what it does is codify in the compact the agreements that were reached 2 budget cycles ago, basically. This has been approved by county government through a resolution. Our process is always that the county goes first, approves it, and they notify the city. And so that's why we have it this evening for passage. It's funding mechanisms that we've already agreed to and implemented through our budgets as well as the county. But I think both organizations, the City County Compact Committee, felt it was a good idea to make sure we update the compact and put this in right. And so that's why you have it this evening, Mr. Chair.
Right. Can we start with the motion for the commission?
I make a motion to pass resolution 4612.
I second.
So a motion by Friedman, second by Stern. Commission discussion? No. Public comment on resolution 4612? Roll call.
Chairperson Bennett?
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley?
Yes.
Commissioner Reddington?
Yes.
Commissioner Stern? Commissioner Freeman?
Four.
Motion passes. Resolution number 4613, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, of its intent to amend the budget for fiscal year 2014-2015 by making revenue adjustments in the amount of $119,749 and appropriation adjustments in the amount of $118,960 and calling for a public hearing. Mr. Meese.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask Ms. Hogue to join us at the table and give an overview of Resolution 4613.
Good evening. In the packet, there is the fourth quarter budget review, and this is something we do every year about this time. We're a little bit ahead of schedule this year, believe it or not. So this just kind of summarizes where we ended fiscal year 15, which was the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2015. And the reason why you're seeing it now is that we have audit adjustments, closing entries, and all sorts of things that need to be done before I can give you final numbers. And again, this is before audit, but we just completed field work, so I feel pretty confident about the numbers. One of the things that I'll go through some highlights, but I can answer any questions. Overall, the 8 major funds that we have, general fund, library, dispatch, streets, water, sewer, and garbage, ambulance. Overall, those 8 funds came in better than anticipated with revenues, and for the most part, better than anticipated with expenditures, meaning they were below budget. There were a few items that were over budget, and you will see those described in detail within the mid-year budget review. One thing that I did want to point out, as we've had significant discussion about it, is the water revenues. Water revenues we have been talking about all year long, anticipating that they'd be about $100,000 short. I'm happy to report that the water revenues themselves were only about $75,000 short. While we never like to see a shortfall, it's always nice that it was less than anticipated. And we have made budgetary changes to accommodate that. We have foregone a dump truck to pay for that. So if you see on page 12 of the fourth quarter budget review, you'll see the amendments that I am recommending be made. Many of these have revenue adjustments tied to them. For instance, if we had additional recreation fee expenses, we had additional recreation fee revenues. Those that didn't, they're called out, and one of the things that we've seen this year is some fire, fiscal year 15, is some long-term firefighters retiring, and in the fire department, unlike other departments, we can't keep those positions vacant, so we have to fill those, and therefore vacancy savings is not available to cover those. So that's one of the things that in the general fund is not covered by additional revenues. One of the things I did this year, with this budget is at the end, normally I have an appendix that says this is how we pass the budget, but I realized that that wasn't really providing useful information. So what I did is I updated that to say, this is what I believe each fund will end with. So this is a very detailed explanation of not how we budgeted, but how we think it's going to come out. So if you take these 2 pages, you'll see a very equivalent, sorry, Lisa, that's a couple pages beyond that. You'll see a very similar one in the budget, so you can compare each individual fund with how that ended. I just feel like that provides some useful information for you all. The one thing you're not seeing here is, and then I apologize that I missed putting this in, is I am recommending that we take a look at expenditures for fiscal year 16. And so because we have gone over budget into the general fund, that means that we are cutting into reserves, and we worked very hard to get to 16.67% reserves. So I'm recommending we take a look at fiscal year 16 capital expenditures and see if there's anything that we can't put off for a year or maybe reduce scope on, so that we come back at the end of fiscal year 16 to where we thought we would be. And so what you'll probably see at the next commission meeting is a resolution amending the budget to reflect those. And so just so you were aware of that, we felt like it was the responsible thing to do, that if we did overspend, that we should make that right. And so that's what you will be seeing the next time.
So Jesse, just to clarify, at the next meeting, the administration is going to bring budget amendment resolution for FY 16, which we intend to use for budget cuts that compensate for these unanticipated overages in FY 15.
Yes.
The goal of which is to restore the balance that we had planned for either.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks. And I just want to make sure that I was clear about which years and which years.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll take any questions.
Okay. Do you guys want to start?
I move we approve resolution 4613.
Okay.
I'll second.
So a motion by Stern, second by Hoagland. Discussion, Commissioner Stern.
Thank you. So the discussion about FY 16, FY 15, we're currently in FY 16, right?
Correct.
And so you're going to bring back a resolution for the.
We're going to bring back a resolution on the 20th, our next city commission meeting, which will outline some suggested cuts that we want to make in this fiscal year.
In this fiscal year.
In this fiscal year, FY 16.
I see. To get the budget back on track.
To get it back. Correct.
I understand. Okay, so Jesse, as usual, thank you again for the quarterly report. I have just a couple of questions. And a clarification, the resolution says the appropriation adjustment is 118 grand. It's 180 grand.
180, yes.
Yes, we're getting 119 extra $1,000 in revenue, and we're spending 180,000.
There's a typo there.
Yeah. So in the expenditures, on page 138, 139 of the packet, Second Street parking lot expenses.
So did you want to take this or?
Sure. So if you remember when the city commission not too long ago authorized the city manager to enter into a lease for those parking spaces, which are directly contiguous to the old Dodge dealership. And so what you see between the revenues and expenditures here is sort of the balancing out of the fees that we're able to collect by renting those spaces, and then the expenses. We have a $900 a month, Justin?
Yes.
$900 a month is our lease agreement. So there are times when we're completely full, and there's times when the spaces are open, and so there are some differences between what we take in and what we spend.
All right, then the comprehensive insurance and the permissive health insurance levy as unaccounted for appropriations. How do those sneak through?
So so the comprehensive insurance is all the liability insurance on buildings, equipment, and those sort of things throughout the year. When we budgeted for them, we budgeted the best we could, but we were short. Luckily, there's reserves that are available to cover those.
You just took guesses, and then what happened throughout the year? What happened?
Exactly.
I see. And I imagine that's the same with the solid waste expenditures to the tune of 57.5. What's going on there?
So we have received more tonnage than we anticipated, which means we have more revenue than anticipated, but also more disposal costs than anticipated. So that's the balancing there.
But the revenue, I see, balanced by the revenue.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the last one was, the summary of the adopted budget amendments on page 155 of the.
Yeah.
So it looks like, when you add everything up, the original budget, expenditures were over revenues by 800K. And then, so that's migrated, so now the revised budget, the expenditures are up by 1.1 million.
And so the important thing to remember there is there are a number of funds that we budget full authority for. For instance, the Park Improvement Trust Fund, or the Skillman Fund, or the Railroad Underpass Fund, where we probably aren't going to actually spend those, but those funds are available for us to use should we need them without a budget amendment. So while this does revise the budget, that's why I added that following appendix, so you can see that while this is what we budgeted and revised the budget to be, this is what we believe it actually will be after the audit.
Okay, you have any gut feel for where, so as the migrated from the adopted budget to the revised budget?
Yes.
And the discrepancy between the expenditure and the revenues, expenditure and revenues have increased by $300,000. Do you have any gut feel for where that's come? I guess 180 of it, or 670 of it came from tonight's amendments.
So fiscal year 15, when I say this is what I believe it's going to end with, I'm estimating revenues to be 15,000, where you can see I budgeted, let me get my pages flipped, right? I budgeted 16.
Where are we?
Okay, so if you look at the very end of the mid-year budget review, it says overview of budgeted resources.
Right.
If you look at the bottom of that, it says total all funds.
Oh, I see.
And so that is where I show 15 million for revenues, 14.6 million for expenditures. Those are actual numbers, or my estimated actual numbers.
And so this will be after we do this ending cut amendment next.
This is for fiscal year 15, which is the year that ended. Yeah, so this doesn't show fiscal 16. You'll see that at the next commission meeting.
Nice. So the fourth quarter budget review fiscal year. Great. What kind of spending cuts are we looking at?
So we have put a lot of things on the table. We've talked with all of the departments, and we continue that. There's a couple of our projects that were planned for this year that we've actually got some good news on, where we think they're going to come in significantly lower than what we had budgeted. So that will be part of it. And then in some of the other areas, we've identified some projects that we probably won't be able to get, even if we didn't have this issue. From a timing standpoint, we probably wouldn't be able to get to the team this year anyways. And so we're going to deal with some of those. And then some of them, we're just going to make some line item cuts, trying to be as fair and equitable across the board as possible. But we're going to make some line item cuts at some of our discretionary spending items, training and some of our supply items and different pieces like that.
So let me get this straight. So with the revised numbers from fiscal year 15, that's going to motivate this resolution from next time.
Exactly.
We will match, what we will do in FY16 will match the overages that we had in 15 to restore the balance that we wanted to see.
Specifically in the general fund.
In the general fund, thank you, yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
All right, is there any other commission discussion or questions or clarification? Any public clarification questions? Okay, we have the 9:30. Okay, do we have a motion to extend our meeting past 9:30? I hope so. Okay, second. Roll call.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Commissioner Henry. Yes. Commissioner Redmond.
Yes.
Commissioner Stern. Aye. Commissioner Freeman.
Four.
Motion passes. Okay. So is there any public comment? Roll call.
Chairperson Bennett?
Yes?
Commissioner Holmes? Yes. Commissioner Whitehead?
Yes.
Commissioner Stern?
Four.
Commissioner Freeman?
Four. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jesse. All right. Can we go on to action items? Action items, discuss, approve, deny, final negotiation with Daniel Bergen regarding the potential purchase of property regarding the underpass project. Mr. Meese.
Mr. Chair, I know Mr. Durgan is here, so I'm going to ask him to approach the table and join the conversation. At the last meeting, the city commission basically provided instruction to Mr. Durgan and myself to continue our negotiations about the potential purchase of some property that he owns in the Northern Light subdivision property, which is identified as critical, I think you would say, to the proposed underpass project that the city has been working on for a number of years now. And so we did that. And I provided the city commission as well as Mr. Durgan a copy of a memorandum that I think fairly captures our effort there, as well as a copy of a letter that I received from Darren Rainey, who is working on our behalf with some research on this. So at this point, Mr. Durgan and I negotiated, and Mr. Durgan reached the final, I think he communicated to me, a final offering price of $255,000. And so that is indicated in your memorandum, as well as I believe City Attorney Coates provided a memorandum as well describing the city's ability, statutory ability, to be able to take out a mortgage for this property should we determine that that's the best cash flow method to use if the city commission wants to purchase the property. So, Mr. Durgan, is there anything you would add to that at this point?
No, thank you.
And so we're certainly open to questions or further conversation and direction, Mr. Chair, as the city commission sees fit.
So, questions from the commission, clarification.
So there is a last thing as far as appraisal goes.
I'm sorry, what's that?
We still need an appraisal.
Well, I think that's a recommendation that Mr. Rainey made, that if the city commission, were to move forward, they might want to consider a formal appraisal. What he's given us is an estimate based on his review of other sales and comparables and those types of things. But he indicates, I think in the letter as well, that it's not meant to be there are certainly multiples of factors and perspectives that can change that.
Different ways of review value.
Just seems we're close.
If we entered in a buy-sell agreement with the idea that there would be certain stipulations as far as getting a professional assessment done, and then at that point we could come to a final agreement. Would that be acceptable to Mr. Bergen and the commission?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Stern.
Thank you. So an appraisal, how much does an appraisal cost? How much would an appraisal cost on this property?
Probably a couple $1,000.
Yeah, I think for it's a commercial property, so that's significantly different than getting a home appraisal. Yeah.
Probably $3,000 anyways.
And typically the buyer assumes that cost.
I think so.
Well,
in this case, for sure.
It's just like a condition. You either accept or don't accept it, right?
Correct, yes. Can I comment on that? Sure. I think it's a tough property to appraise because of lack of comparables. And so I think if you got an appraisal and we had a buy-sell agreement, it's going to come in at our agreed on price most likely. If you did it without a buy-sell, it's going to be shot in the dark, and who knows what you're going to get. I think there's going to be quite a bit of variance.
Well, my inclination, I'm certainly open to discussion, but my inclination is that your price is higher than what the real estate agent assessed. And given the uncertainty in the project and the scope of our finances, my willingness to proceed with this project is low. I think that stays.
Other commission discussion? Well, what I think we ought to do, I think we ought to enter into a buy-sell agreement. I don't think we're gonna get this property any cheaper in the future. Once it's developed, it's gonna be a lot more difficult for the city to negotiate with multiple owners. I think we're within $15,000 of each other. On a commercial property, that's not that much. I think we could both scooch a little bit, scooch closer to the table, whatever that might be. But I'd like the city to enter in a buy-sell agreement to get the appraisal done. Contingent, of course, on doing due diligence of the property, of the building on the property, and financing on the property. Someone raised a good question. I don't think this is a property that has ever had anything but that building on it before in the past. From your perspective, have you seen anything in the chain of title besides this one particular building? There was a vacant property while the Weiners were building on it, and they zoned it commercial. And then this one building was put on it. It was used as a kind of residence music studio, from what I understand.
I think originally a TV repair shop, and then yeah, an artist owned it and did some business there, and then massage therapist, and yeah, physical therapist, and yeah, kind of range of stuff. Yes.
So as far as you know, doing your own diligence, there's never been any type of environmental hazard been utilized on that property?
Yeah, I don't expect any of those type of hang-ups, no.
Well, I don't know if this is the place to arrive at a price. But we're within $15,000 of each other. I know that you've gone as low as you'd like to, and we're saying we've gone as high as we'd like to, but I can't imagine that to get this property at this price at this time without it being developed and the problematic possibilities that can entail with different titles and different owners. The other thing is that this is a piece of real property. It's unlikely that the value of it would go to zero, unless all of a sudden, it became an underground lake of some sort. But I don't see that happening. A beachfront property, yeah, exactly. So that would be my suggestion to the commission, to really take a serious look at it in the future. If the underpass does move forward, we have the property, we're ready to go with it. We won't have to take that step. We can also buy it as a mortgaged property, so there's down payment, of course, and monthly payments, but you're not out the $155,000 you'd be out of your some type of fund in order to do that. So we know that we can mortgage it. We know it's available. We know we have a seller. We know that we're buying it at a time when it isn't developed any more than it is now. And if for some reason the downside is that the underpass never goes in, the city can determine what they would want to do it at that point. They could use the property to build city offices. They could sell the property outright. There's a multitude of possibilities for the city to do something with that property in order to unload it. They could develop themselves and then sell it at a higher cost. I don't think we want to do that, but I think our main interest is to secure it so that it's there when we do the underpass. Mr. Durgan's come down quite a bit. We entered a buy-sell agreement in with the city at $250. Would you be amiable to that? Just to think about it. Think about it. Think about it. You know, I don't mean to put you on the spot in a public forum, but you know, just as a thought that it would then be ready to go through the due diligence process in order to purchase it. Mr. Mason?
Mr. Chair, so just to be clear, so that you can provide Mr. Durgan that opportunity to think about it, but also codify what you're saying. I mean, suppose if, the city commission could go ahead and make a motion to offer a buy-sell agreement to Mr. Durgan at $250,000 with the contingencies listed, and then he could give us an answer at some date in the future. And if he decided to accept it, we go forward, and if he decided not to, then that information will come back to the city commission before you want to go from there. So if that's suitable with what
So
you're
we
saying,
can,
I think
so we can move in that fashion. Okay.
a motion to offer a buy-sell agreement and give us a clear price and contingencies, and we can present that to Mr. Durgan.
Is there a motion that the commission would be willing to do?
I move the way you stated it.
Is there a second?
You provide a second.
I don't usually do that, but I will. I'll provide the second. So we do have discussion, and what I'd like to do is I'd like the city attorney to craft any other due diligent matters that we want to consider. You know, obviously we want to look at it for environmental hazards. Look at the condition of the building. You know, look at the chain of title, all the things that you would do for due diligence for a property. And anything else that the city attorney would recommend as reasonable due diligence in pursuing this property.
Understood. At $250,000.
At $250,000.
And what about the appraisal?
And to obviously get a contingent on getting an appraisal.
I think that sounds very reasonable.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep, yes, sir.
Just to be clear, I don't think an appraisal.
Getting a comparable is going to be very difficult.
Well, I think you'll do fine on that, and if you come in with a number, it wouldn't change my negotiation position. So if you're thinking that it's worth $4,000, hopefully get a lower number, it wouldn't change my opinion on the property.
Okay.
But if you're just doing it for your own information, then it's $4,000 well spent.
Yeah.
Sure. Or $3,000.
Question.
Yes.
So what happens if we go forward with this and we get the appraisal and it comes in way lower? Are we still obligated to honor the buy-sell agreement at $250,000?
No.
Okay, then I'm satisfied.
Yeah, and I'll craft some language to put in the buy-sell agreement that allows the city to exercise its right to terminate the contract if you are uncomfortable with the value of the property after the appraisal. Okay, very good.
Is there any public comment? This is a public forum. Yes, sir. You don't have to leave. You can just scoot the microphone over. No. I'm sorry, Warren. I mean, I didn't.
Oh, yell from there. No, I think it would be a great investment for the city at this point to and I'm not a friend of Mr. Durgan's or associate. The land value is probably never going to go down. And if it winds up being owned by anything from 2 to 8 people down the line, it's going to be way more expensive. Just having to deal with them or having to use eminent domain. So this certainly seems like a very good purchase at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment before we make a motion? Hold on. Any other public comment? Okay. Did you have something else to say?
Yeah, I think you should reconsider 255. I think, just because I don't want to go tell my wife that you worked me over for another 5,000.
Oh, damn.
So with this, you want to call her and tell her.
We didn't work you over, we just gave you another 10,000.
I think you still have your safety of your appraisal, which is gonna.
Yeah.
You still have that in your pocket. If your 255 appraisal comes in at 250, then we see what happens.
I can't support anything over 250. Call the question.
Roll call.
Chairperson Bennett.
Yes.
Commissioner Holton.
Yes.
Commissioner Whiting.
Yes.
Commissioner Stewart.
For.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right. Where are we here? Okay, city manager's comments.
Mr. Chair, just two that were not, or just two comments. Number one, Public Works continues to complete its work to rehabilitate and move the recycling center at the Public Works campus. If you've been out there lately, you've probably seen the new fencing and the way that they're reworking that. And we still anticipate, Shannon, being able to make that move this month.
Yes.
Okay. So while the date is a little bit uncertain, our goal has been that once, and we discussed this during the budget process and the CIP process, that once we implement that new move, we'll be able to close the transfer station part of the campus on Saturdays. And that's saving a pretty good piece of funds while still providing the opportunity for folks to bring their recycling. And that'll include the cardboard recycling. We'll have it all pushed down into that new area. So just as an FYI, that's coming. As those dates get set more firmly, we'll certainly make the City Commission aware of that. We'll make sure there's adequate public announcement and time for folks to adjust and as we work the kinks out. But I would expect that transition is going to come within the next 30 to 45 days in terms of when we start closing the transfer station on Saturdays. So, Mr. Chair, the second comment I would make is, as I made the City Commission aware of, I think last week, we have a staff member that's going to transition off at the end of this year. Ms. Hogue has provided her resignation effective the end of December.
We did not approve that resolution.
I burned the first three that I got. She's persistent. So, Mr. Chair, I just want to, and we will talk about this more in the future as we get to a point where we're doing some official recognition for Ms. Hogue later in the year, assuming that she's still kind enough to come around and visit with us after the Christmas season gets here. But in all seriousness, I just want to take a moment and say how grateful this administration is to Ms. Hogue for her service and what she has done with elevating the standards that we operate by within our finances at the City of Livingston. And I don't think there's a doubt. If you were to be at League of Cities Conference in the next 3 days, you would hear this. I know Commissioner Friedman hears this. We really do have the best finance director in the state of Montana, Jessica. So we support, as an administration, as a team, we support Jessie, and we look forward to the new chapters that are about to be opened in her life. But we certainly, we will miss her personally, and we'll miss her expertise. And as we look for a new finance director, they will have big shoes to fill. Nothing about your feet, Jessica.
They're not that big.
No, they're not. But metaphorically, they will have big shoes to fill. And so I just wanted to take a moment. I know our team feels that way. Much of the community feels that way. And I just want to take a moment and recognize Jesse with that. So thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all.
All right, City Commission comments.
Yes.
Mr. Friedman.
great to see the tennis courts complete. That's a beautiful sight. Great job. I was privileged to be part of a very significant event here in Livingston last week. Northern Rockies Tree Board Convention. Tremendous amount of work. Lisa, myself, Mike Gomez, and my pros, Maggie. Great effort. We worked with Patrick Plattenberg, who's the district head of the Northern Rockies. This was several weeks, week after week, involved in planning. We were told that mostly 150 people attend these conventions. And then we were told them that we have 175, and then we told them we had 200, which really caused us to really move along. This whole thing was planned for the Shane building next door to us. That 200 people was not going to work, so very quickly we went to the Pioneer Lodge. And we held the first meeting on Wednesday at the Shane, the other two at the Pioneer Lodge. Along with that was a dinner for 200 people at the Elks Lodge. That was fantastic. And that same caterer came the next day on Friday and set up a lunch. And everything just went very smoothly. And I was very proud to be part of it. I think everybody did a great job. Great economic development for the city. Great comments about Livingston. And very proud to be part of that. And they select another city. I think it's going to be in Wyoming next year. It hasn't been determined, but we did collect with the kindness of our local sponsors and vendors. We had a silent auction that I think gave us $1,300. And I think we're going to be okay. What we have to do is once we get a final tally of the amount of money, paying off everything, I think a portion of that, half of that goes to the next city. And I think the figures are going to be very nice. So one of the discussions was green area. Dr. Kathleen Wolf from the University of Washington. I sat in on that question. That's a great area. Yeah, so you were there, so that I wondered why I answered, but yeah, great stuff. So I say great time was had by all. Excellent comments from everybody, and we showed off very well. That's what I have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stern. Thank you. I got a call from the president of the Tennis Association, and he said he's working with you to get the agreement, the maintenance agreement completed with the schools and the other relevant organizations.
Mr. Chair. Correct. We will have a draft agreement at the next city-county meeting, which I believe we moved to next week.
Yes, a new date.
It's a new date. I don't have that date exactly in mind. We did. It will be a new chapter that all four parties will sign off on that case.
Good. Glad to see there's progress on that. We're doing a performance evaluation for our employee next Tuesday. What time is that?
6 o'clock.
Tuesday, 6 o'clock, in the east room?
That would be a good location.
GED. All right.
It's in the notice. I'm not sure which room it is.
And then, so then it's only natural we put on the agenda for the next meeting, discuss, approve, deny continuation of the city manager's appointment. So, is there a second to put that on the agenda? Okay. Since we're having the evaluation next Tuesday on the next commission meeting, we should discuss, approve, deny continuation of the employee's contract. Discuss, approve, deny continuation of the city manager's employment as an action. That's all. Thank you.
I was going to talk about the evaluation and the preschool. I had a great time listening on Friday to some of the presenters. We're very fortunate as a community, for sure, to have that group of individuals here. It was amazing. Let's see. I did get quite a few calls about the street closure, and maybe we'll just talk individually about that in the downtown situation that happened with the movie making. I think movie making is great here in town, and yeah, there was a big conflict that came with that. So I wanted to just state it, and then I would like to put on the agenda for one of the next meetings. Ordinance enforcement and how we are, what do we do? How do we address it? And what are some, problems and or positives that we have when it comes to ordinance enforcement? I get asked this question quite a bit from individuals in town as to what do we actually do when someone breaks an ordinance or there's a situation. So I would love for us to address that and then have a discussion.
Commissioner Hogan, just for clarification, I'm assuming you mean like code enforcement, nights, or you're not talking about legal law enforcement issues?
No, we're talking ordinances.
Community issues.
Community ordinances. And yeah, like night sky.
Right.
And how do we go about, or it could be, animals. Yeah, like, I just thought of something, speaking of animal, I know I had a moment. What did we put on the agenda then for the next meeting to approve or deny a recommendation from the Parks and Trails?
With regard to the 9th Street.
Yes.
The Knights, the Rivers Park to the way. Oh, the dog free area at the Waterworks Park.
Yeah.
Leash free?
I thought we were
Yes.
putting it on this.
Yes, not dog.
It's
Free.
Commissioner Hogan, I have that scheduled for the 20th.
Okay, I thought that we were maybe putting it on today and then I spaced out asking, so I appreciate it. Okay. So now I'm done.
Okay. All right. To have the evaluation on, just a reminder, we got that. Tree School, what a great thing to happen here in Livingston. Have it here. I want to thank the entire tree board and of course probably Parks and Recreation too. Mike Gomez is really good job at that. And we not only had this event, but we had that event several months ago with the governor coming. That was a real nice presence here in Livingston. Want to know if we resolved, saw some emails going around about the water at the water park. Did we resolve that issue?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have that. Well, yes, it was a power. Shannon, you want to explain what went on with the power situation at the water park?
No, I'm sorry, not the water park. I mean, Sacramento Park with the water fountains and the water source. That one. I apologize.
Okay, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. So, yes, our research, we researched it, and Mr. Holmes was correct. That's a potable water supply. The line that used to supply water to that particular drinking fountain was a service line that came off of the line that served the house that used to be in the park. Did I say that correctly, Shannon?
Yes.
So any of the water that would have come out of the Lions Head, if you will, was potable water from our water system, the same as served the caretaker's house and the other residential area in that site. I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay. I put water at park and then I forgot to add water park.
Can I just, was it tested then, Shannon? Because that was the concern of the citizens, is that it hadn't been tested or they wanted it tested. Is that what we did, or
We haven't, that's not, we're required by DEQ to test the water, in various locations around town on a monthly basis. And, in talking with Tom Schweigert, the water foreman who takes some samples, we haven't got a sample from Sac Park in quite a while, but there again, it is tied to our city water system. It's got a brand new service line with brand new material on it. So I don't have any concerns whatsoever about our water quality around town. We don't have bad samples in Livingston.
I guess towards that point, Shannon, in the condition that, in the fact, so there's no house there now.
Exactly.
And the way that that exists now, it's not even really possible to draw that sample, is it? I mean,
No, the line has been disconnected when we put in the new water line this summer. So, this fall, when we can get in and get it scheduled, we'll run a brand new poly line from the main that we put in over to that. And it will be flushed, chlorinated, all per AWWA standards. So.
Thank you very much. Questions, Mr. Chair?
Thanks, Shannon.
Yes.
While Shannon's in there, I forgot to mention that the work that Shannon did and his public works people was massive, so I want you to know that. It's a great job.
It was a great experience. So I was happy to be a part of it. Thank you very much.
Also, I'd like for us to, this is something I've heard kind of over the years, every once in a while. I'm wondering if we have a system or we can develop a system when the streets are shut down for an event, or they're shut down for, anything in the downtown area. If we can, is there any way for us to notify each building owner with like a flyer or an email blast or something we can do, because I've had other business owners, not even about this event that happened last week, call me up and say, oh gosh, I didn't know this was going on, the parking or blah, blah, someone couldn't get to my business or something. So is there any way that we can devise a policy or system in order to kind of get the application or event, push a button, and it goes out and it does something to inform everyone?
So, Mr. Chair, I don't think, we have the technology,
yeah,
but we don't have the information. In other words, we could certainly build a blast email and send that to all the property owners. And in fact, Ms. Nelson's not here, but typically when, like with chamber events, she does that to all the chamber members and different folks. We certainly could and probably should have an item like that on the special events applications. But, and I think that's a good step to take going forward. Just to rewind and take a little bit and talk about that for a second. So my personal administrative policy is whenever we get a movie application, I always require the movie company to somehow document to me the fact that they have done that kind of notification. So they'll typically bring me a checklist or something that, or they'll say, yes, we've been to every property owner. If you remember in the packet tonight where Ms. Nelson made her application with regard to the Oktoberfest event, there was a similar kind of disclosure in there that, so we were asking the man to make sure that everybody knew this was going to happen. I remember having that conversation real early on. We were talking about the route. So it's not part of the application, and it certainly could be. I don't think that takes any kind of master stroke. It just takes a change in a few lines of the application. But it has been part of policy, or practice, probably a better way to say it. It has been part of our practice to require that when these types of things come around. It's always one of the first questions I know that I or Ms. Lowy asks. In this particular example, as I said in the newspaper on several other cases, that didn't happen. And one of the reasons it didn't happen is because I was out of town on business. And so the folks handling this application had not handled one like it before. They weren't really aware of that practice. And so we didn't require it, and the movie company didn't do it to the extent of maybe about a quarter or slightly more of the affected businesses and property owners. So I take responsibility for that. We dropped the ball from a communication standpoint. We didn't require the movie company to do it, and they didn't do it, and so we caught a lot of folks off guard.
Right, and I understand that.
No,
I'm just thinking about kind of being proactive for the future, because I'm just wondering how we can notify those businesses, you know, in a more automatic way. I think it would be helpful for us to have some type of system that way.
I might interject. I certainly, Public Works, you know, I'm gonna take some responsibility for this as well. Unfortunately, I was out of the office. But we are gonna be working with our IT department and our administrative services. I would really like to implement, a street department page that we can actually put street closures on. You know, we tried to use our Facebook page to make notifications. Matter of fact, that morning, I sent the Administrative Services Department a street closure on Highway 10 that I read on a message board.
Right.
So, you know, we would like to have people get accustomed to looking at that street department page and have future closures.
Right.
I will say that it has been a challenge for us because at any given time, we have Northwestern Energy, CenturyLink, we have a lot of things going on in town, and we certainly have improvement to make in that. That's also going to mean better communication with those people and giving us notifications well in advance so we can do that.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. I know it's a work in progress. I know that, you know, there's no probably silver bullet.
So one of the things we have, one of the things, excuse me, Mr. Chair, that we have done in the past, I think we can do here again, is for instance, when we've done CIP projects, we always encourage property owners that want to stay in the loop to provide us an email address, and as we make project updates, we'll send those out. I certainly think we could do the same type of thing here and just make that available to business owners and property owners and go ahead and create a list of those folks that want to be notified and use that whenever we come across these types of issues.
Sounds good.
It won't be comprehensive if we don't have somebody's email, but it certainly will be another step along the way.
There'll be time for public comment in just a few moments, once I'm done. Then the other thing I'm wondering about, and just as a note here, is that Shannon, I got your letter. I got this letter for the business owners and notification about the vaults and the engineering and the timelines and that type of thing. And I'm wondering if, you know, in the future, if we're thinking, for some business owners, I think it's probably, I don't know how many business owners don't know that their streets are going to get ripped up and the vaults are going to be an issue that they have to address with the expense of that. But I'm wondering if there's any possibility in the process that we go through to actually inform people sooner in the process so that they can make financial arrangements for the expense of these vaults and sidewalks that they may incur. Because it sounds like for some vaults are going to be fairly expensive to kind of reconstruct, and they're going to need time to figure out how they're going to pay for that. So I'd like to see if we can't work that into our system with this. Do you think that's a possibility?
You know, Mr. Chair, I think anything's a possibility if we want to do it. I think the possibilities are endless.
Okay.
I would just say with respect to this specific situation, I think we got this specific notice out as early as we possibly could, based on the project planning, the PER that we were completing with the Urban Renewal Agency, the fact that, you know, during this CIP process, we flipped the projects. So, I mean, certainly this type of notice earlier is always better. I do think in this particular situation, aside from the fact that we've talked about this project for years and years and years in public meetings and all those types of places, Shannon, would you have anything to share?
The only thing I want to mention, and I'm not trying to be critical.
It's good conversation.
I'm trying to. I know what happens to just when we're involved in this all the time, so it's on our radar most of the time. And I think that the building owners or the property owners, a lot of times they're involved with their busy lives, and it doesn't really register until all of a sudden I'm gonna have to write a check or something. So I'm wondering if there's some process or something in this process we can think about in order to bring those owners together, months in advance, even if we don't have all the details about how we're going to process. If we know that in 2016, we're going to be working on this street and that street and these 3 sets of streets, if we could say, okay, we're going to have a meeting 6 months ahead of time, let's say, for instance, I'm just shooting off the head here, and get all those building owners and have a public meeting or have them all come here and say, in 6 months, we're going to be asking you for a decision on this, on your property, and you're probably going to want to move forward and kind of get some type of expense estimate on your property so that you can kind of plan for this in your budgeting of your property, that type of thing. That's what I'm interested in. I'm not trying to be critical to anyone. I'm more interested in trying to let people, inform people sooner rather than later in the process, so that even if they should know, but maybe don't know, the expense doesn't hit them at a time when it's difficult for them to respond quickly. Yeah.
So if I might comment.
Sure.
So since I started in April 2013, I've been told that we can't improve the downtown quick enough. And so we went through the process of doing this downtown PER, and I really feel like that's going to be a usable document moving forward. I understand your concerns. We knew in February that we were going to switch from doing this section of Main Street and do the alley, which in turn gives people additional time to prepare. And then the new phasing plan that is in the PER was actually included in our budget. So that's a public document. We can always do better. I'm not reaching out to each individual, but I will say that my communication with the URA throughout the whole PER process has been very good. And I know that group and some members of the BID and the Vision Livingston, the Downtown Design Committee, have all been aware for quite some time that this was our project. But as soon as the City Commission approves the PER, I would love for every business owner and property owner downtown to have a copy. And as long as the funding's available, that's the phasing plan and the template we're going to follow for the next 8 years.
Oh, okay.
So our timing, Mr. Chair, was we put that letter out the day after the City Commission approved the contract awarding to Dean Thomas Dean Hospital.
The general services contract, yes.
Okay. Well, both of those things, the timing thing with building owners and that type of thing, I'd like to just see us if we can improve on that process. I'm not trying to, say we didn't do an ample job. What I'd like to do is give people some more time, I think, in the decision process. That's all. Then the most exciting thing I have for tonight is once a month I'm going to start to have a listening session over at the food pantry. I know this is pretty exciting for most of you here. The second Saturday of every month, I'm going to be there from 8:30 to 9:30. I'm going to write a little letter to the editor, and anyone who wants to come and talk about city business, or you don't feel comfortable coming to the City Commission and talking to the City Commission, you can come over there and I'll listen to what you have to say, and we'll see how it works out. Maybe it'll be valuable for some people, maybe it won't. But I've set that up with Mike over at the food pantry, and I was going to do this. The second Saturday would be this Saturday, but I think for this month I'm not going to be able to make that. So I'm going to make it the third one. So I'll have an announcement in the newspaper. I'll write a letter to the editor, and I'll announce them at the City Commission meetings as well. So anyone who wants to gripe, anyone who wants to know something about the budget, anyone wants to know about some project, if I can answer it, I will. And for those who can't make these meetings or don't want to come to the meetings or feel uncomfortable talking in front of the commission or the administration. So making that available. So just want to let people know. Daniel, I'd like to talk with you after the meeting if you have a few minutes. Okay. Okay, great. So I'd like to close the meeting, but it's a public comment portion. Warren.
Warren, maybe 310 South 8th Street, Livingston. I'd kind of like you all to put yourself in the shoes of people who own buildings downtown that have vaults. Look at it from their perspective, please. I'm going to give you a timeline on the letter. The letter was sent or dated September 18th. There was a meeting with the representatives from Butte who had some really good information on the 23rd. We received a certified letter on the 25th that requires a response by December 1st on whether you want your vaults filled in or not. The person from Butte was very, very informative, and in Butte, the URA, this is just out of sheer happenstance with what happened at the beginning of this meeting, the URA financed 90% of the vault work. The vault work, according to the maps that we saw at the meeting, runs any place from $35,000. I think the top one was $72,000, and one was a bit over $100,000. That's what it's going to cost the building owner. A memorandum from May 22nd on 2013 states that individual property owners will need to be consulted to determine the needs and appropriate design solutions as sidewalk improvements are considered. That means they have between now and December 1st. Unfortunately, there weren't very many property owners there. I don't know if they've been notified how much this is going to cost. I'm not really putting the total blame on them because there's not very many of them that ever show up here either, but they should be notified. And most of them, I doubt, are on Facebook. I don't think that's a viable method of transmission of information. There was an estimate made in 2006 that there were 24 total or partial vaults, and that it was going to cost $652,000 to fill them in. That works out to an average of $27,000 each. The city has offered to spread the cost over 5 years at a 7% interest when prime is now someplace around 4%. Now you're still taking and spreading a whole bunch of money over a short time for businesses that really, and please do yourself a favor and go down and talk to the business owners. I mean, I was with one when they got their letter. I already knew what was in it. And they were so close to crying, it was incredible. Check yourselves. Don't take my word for it. So the URA should be following in the path of the Butte URA and taking up a tremendous amount of this burden. You're going to wind up with seeing a bunch of empty stores. You really, really are. I mean, $624,000, $652,000 is a heck of a burden. And again, the worst one I saw was a little over $100,000 to finance over 5 years when the economy really isn't that hot. So when you're thinking in terms of URA money, I wouldn't think about putting it into some private venture. I'd think about putting it into the people who are paying the taxes right now, because they're really, really, really going to be in a bind. And again, please look at it from that person's shoes. And I have no vested interest in this because I don't have a vault. So I'm not looking to get anything for my benefit. Thank you very much.
That reminds me, go ahead, Joe. One of the things I was thinking about is, because it seems that some property owners aren't aware of the expenses that they may incur. I'm wondering if we can't have a city workshop and invite all the business of the building owners, property owners in those areas affected, especially, or the areas affected not only this year, but maybe the next year, because that's going to come upon us pretty soon. And talk about, what's going to happen as far as the street construction, what will happen as far as the vaulting situation, and what type of relief the property owners could see through something of the URA in regards to their vault construction. I wonder if that would be value, and I also think that might be a good step forward to try to curb a lot of angst that some people have regarding this issue. I'm sorry, Joe.
Jill Maybe, 310 South H. I am very disappointed that you okayed hiring a firm that obviously, from the reply that I got to my questions, has had no experience with under the sidewalk basement areas. I can only imagine you say that the law of physics are the same for everybody, but that street, Calendar Street, is so unique in having a two-step up sidewalk from the street. That is going to have to be ameliorated. There are so many different engineering problems with that, and you throw into that having no experience with vaults, and then having to consult with another engineering firm about vaults when you probably will already have your plans, drawn up how you need to do the drainage, the streets and the sidewalks. I can see a lot of extra expenses being incurred. This is, of course, conjecture on my part, but I think it's an informed conjecture. And I have seen no real sense of cooperation from the current city manager in really, or any sense of empathy at all for the downtown business owners, the downtown building owners, or anyone, and trying to work with them to inform them, to assist them, or to even acknowledge, the difficulties in dealing with these issues, with these very significant financial and personal issues. These businesses, all of these building owners, are struggling mightily. When I got this letter and thought that I had a vault, my first thought was to walk away from the building. Okay, it's yours. I'm not paying any more taxes. I can't afford that. That would put me under. So I have a lot of empathy for those people, having just gone through that experience for one weekend. And I see no sense of cooperation or empathy from our city manager, and quite frankly, from none of you.
So I just want to comment. TD&H actually went above and beyond what was required of them in the scope for the downtown PER, and our city engineer actually designed the block of calendar that does have the double curve. And I feel like that's a huge asset, that we actually have a design that's included in the PER that shows that the curb and gutter the sidewalk can be ADA compliant. We can still match all the doorway, business entrances. So I think that's a huge statement that we know that it is possible to get rid of that, maintain the vaults, and have an ADA compliant sidewalk and a street that drains properly. So I do have to commend them for that, and I am very comfortable that they are a competent engineering firm, and they'll be able to handle and coordinate with any specialist structural firms that specialize in that type of stuff.
Further public comment?
Hello.
Oh, Jay?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
It's
sorry.
gonna be quick.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, excuse me. I'm already up here, Patricia.
You're faster.
Yes, I wanted to get up here. I didn't want to walk up front. First of all, journalism 101. Can we start out with telling the words for PERs? I know what it is in one organization, but I have no idea what it means here. I've heard PER mentioned.
You want to know what the acronym PER means?
Correct.
Preliminary engineering report.
Is there a reason when we create the agenda, we can't spell out preliminary engineering report first and then go back to PER later on in the agenda?
There's nothing in the agenda about PER.
Well, then when somebody, either a commissioner or a city employee brings up the use PER, I think either the chair or the city manager should have the foresight to say, for those in the audience who aren't familiar with this jargon and come here maybe one every 2 weeks, one every 6 weeks, this is what it means.
Not a bad idea, Jay.
Excuse me, go ahead.
I think what we could do is we could make a little chart. A little chart that would be over on the side of the wall and have a lot of acronyms on it.
I would really like. I would.
Maybe put it right over there, right where you sit.
Right. Well, and another item that was brought up was contacting the business owners. I was in South Carolina, where they've been having all this rain. The city police and sheriff's department have been calling making robocalls, calling them, telling them about this is what's going on. And I see no reason on there. I have a vision. I don't know how to make it work, but I have a vision on there that the city could create a system where they could just punch in the affected business owners' telephone numbers, call them up and say, this is what's happening on there. Please get in touch with me there or our office on there. There. And then when I heard Mr. Neese's comment there that in 30 to 40 days the recycling center is going to be closed on Saturday. I couldn't believe it. When you look at it, things, commissioners, on there, service is the only thing you have to sell. Water, sewage, streets, the recycling. These are the services you offer the city, and here you are closing one of your services. There,
Yeah. I think what we're doing is we're moving it out front so that people don't have to go way and back. I don't know if you noticed last Saturday, did you do recycling Saturday?
I can't recall.
Okay. Well, I went in there and I was just heading straight and all of a sudden I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I had to stop and move back because the recycling is now up front. So you don't have to go all the way back, and I think that's what we're referring to, is that that back portion will be closed because all the recycling will be out front for 24-hour, 7 days a week service.
So then are you saying that this closure is a temporary item on there?
No, it's going to be, no, we're not closing recycling. I think you misunderstood. We've moved the recycling up front. If you go by there and take a look, you'll see all the recycling bins are moved up front now. And that we're closing the back portion off so you don't have to drive all the way back. All you have to do is drive right by that first building and it's right to the right. And that's going to be open all the time, right?
It'll be open a majority of the time.
Yeah, okay.
So, Mr. Kiefer, what we're closing on Saturdays is the transfer station itself. And the reason that we discussed that and decided to do that is because now that we have the scale house and have had that for a considerable period of time, we know how much we collect at the transfer station on Saturdays. And it's like less than 6% of our total collections occur if you take all of the Saturday collections for the entire year. What that means is that we're spending to keep the transfer station open on Saturday in terms of labor and other kinds of expenditures. We're spending a whole lot of the ratepayers' money to provide a very, very small amount of service to the community. So the decision was made, because we understand how important Saturday access to the recycling is. The decision was made back during the budget process that we would move the recycling pieces out and be able to have that open and yet shut off the rest of the public works plant on Saturdays such that so that we could save the costs and expenditures of keeping the transfer station open, because it is such a very small, so I think it's like 6% of our total collections occur if you take all the Saturdays in the year and add them up. And so we felt like that was the most fiscally service-minded, responsible decision to make, was not to burden our ratepayers a large amount of expenditures for a very small amount of collection. So that's what we're talking about closing.
I would really like to see I would really like to see a breakdown. The commissioners should get the breakdown of the days when most of the income is received, rather than just a blanket statement from you.
And I appreciate that. I'll be glad to give it to you. We did give the commissioners that back during the
Okay. Well, you see, I think I've heard this word transparency in the Livingston city government being the most transparent, and I just stumbled. I just find things on there. Well, Saturday is our lowest day on there, and Saturday, if you look at all the job, two-person households on there, what day do they have available to do things on there? And you're closing the facility on a day when maybe something could be done.
I understand and I agree with that, but the situation is, it's not happening on that.
Well,
from what we know with our data, it's not happening. So you would think, I would think, that Saturday would be the day that people would flood to the transfer station, but it's not happening. But I'll be glad to give you that data and show you.
Well, I'll tell you this, I will refuse to give one aluminum can to the city of Livingston. I'd rather give it to Rotary, where I know that they're probably going to be doing something that will benefit the community.
And we don't accept aluminum cans. I would definitely say you should give those.
I believe stainless steel, well, pop cans, beer cans, whatever.
Rotary does the collection for that.
Right, and you collect the same cans.
We have waste, we have metal waste. We don't really do a collection specifically on the counterpoint.
There, let's see. The last meeting on there, you looked at me and sort of said, yes, Jay, we know the main hotel is a problem, and we've been in communication with the landowners. And I would like to know what that communication is and was. Did you receive a reply? Do the residents, citizens of the city have do they have any right to know what the response was?
So certainly the citizens of Livingston have access to any information that we have. So in response to your question, we've had pieces of correspondence with the main hotel, specifically going back to when we first closed it. And we've had some phone conversations with the owner since that time, trying to update the situation as we understand it. So, I mean, that's the types of communications we've had. Right.
That is it. I want to congratulate you there for giving such a brilliant non-answer.
Jane, it's out of order.
No, well,
Thank you.
well, let's see. There's a couple more on there. I was glad that the city codified the agreement with the Park County Ministerial Association on there, but in the in the little paragraph on there, we don't see the full resolution on there. Is there ever a dollar figure as far as for the vouchers?
Yes.
And can somebody tell me what that is?
There's a dollar figure, and also there's a, if you go on the city website and if you downloaded the agenda, it would show you what that is.
I just moved and my high-speed internet won't be connected until Friday, so I'll have to, so I bear your indulgence.
As soon as that high internet speed.
I'm gonna be downloading
You are
a whole
gonna be
lot.
downloading
You go to the library too. The library has the agenda.
Thank you. So,
Jay, we got to wrap.
okay, well, no, on there, but when Commissioner Stern said that was, I was out of order, I don't think I was on there. When a person hears, well, we've been getting bits and pieces of information on there, and yet nothing of any substance is made clear to the people in attendance on there. I think that's a non-answer. Thank you very much. Oh, speaking when Mr. Holmes talked about the quality of the water on there, Ryan Rivard said that there are 3 or 4 different places where you can get your water tested, and Billings, Montana offers a higher range of where they look for more trace elements, what impurities, whatnot, than others on there. So I would really, when the water line gets made this spring, I would like to have that other service, and you even might find some community organizations that may want to help you get 2 bids on water purification. Anytime you get, when you build a house or you have a car, you always get 2 bids from a mechanic or a carpenter. You should do the same.
Thank you, Jay. Any further public comment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Patty?
I'm going to, I need to move closer, so I can.
This is a funder.
I want to say, just add a couple things. Thank you for your consideration on the underground. I would like to say that in a sense, what we're talking about is style. When you talked about communication with businesses, I do have the talk by Karen Burns on just my cheap Sony video. So if those of you that were there, it would be refreshing to watch her. Because what they developed after 15 years of saving the underground is not informing business owners, but this kind of interactive, equal process in which they shared this future of these business owners' buildings and the underground. And so I think it's a question of style. And I think and frankly, I just don't know how to say this any other way. As long as we have this current city manager, we will have a certain kind of style. It's just the way it is. And that style is what I would like to have us move to is this interactive style that, for example, Butte has developed so beautifully. For example, tonight, Jesse said, well, we looked at the budget and we decided to move a dump truck, $320,000 dump truck. Without that's your job. It's your job to look at the budget and say, well, let's do this and let's move it around. And that's a question of style, I think, in observing cities for 50 years. So I'm real, and I think places develop, they evolve. And I think it's worthy of looking at the kind of style that has been developed here in Livingston. I don't think it's as productive because we're all salt in this stew. And so it's worth looking at. The other thing is, I want to commend you on taking a serious look at the pigeon problem. I was at Bittersweet today. She couldn't even have people go out and eat on the sidewalk because there was too much pigeon poop coming down. And it's really gotten serious in the downtown area, and you may not know that. I didn't know that it was that bad for her. The other thing is, I think we need to protect our urban trees in our downtown area, even though they're on private property. I'm not sure the mechanism to do this, but those trees that are on the first block of Main are treasure in and of themselves. And I think we should look at some kind of mechanism to make sure that they aren't just taken out arbitrarily, like the ones that were taken out across from me, where the city offices are now. So those are, I would like to give this kind of information to people who haven't gotten it yet, and I will try to make an appointment with everybody because the building owners got together and developed their own economic development plan. And I looked at the city study on economic development, and it implements everything that has been proposed, but it's actually done in concrete terms, and we're beginning to work pretty hard on it. So I'd like to have an appointment. I'd like to talk with each of the commissioners, if I may, about that sometime, set of an appointment so that we can. And when do you take off for Asia? If I may, I'll give people a call and talk about this. Thank you.
Last call for public comment. Last call for public comment.
I move we adjourn.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, aye. Meeting adjourned at 10:45.
Would it be equivocal to assume that
It's a matter of